Shares of some US memory chip makers are up after reports that Samsung raised prices of certain chips this month. So Micron is among them, up 1%. And the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index hits over a 3-week low, last down 1.9%. In a statement, China's foreign ministry reminds Chinese nationals to avoid traveling to Japan in the near future. Ukraine's military say that it struck oil refinery in Russia's Saratov region.
Yeah. The paving job was nice, right? Let's show this so they can see it.
Ukraine's military say the strike on the Novorossiysk damaged valuable port infrastructure and an oil terminal.
The hourly trigger is coming down to the daily right now.
China's export controls on rare earth are causing shortages, raising prices for users in aerospace and chip making, according to sources. So China's export controls on the rare earth yttrium in specific are causing shortages and raising prices, again, for users in aerospace and chip making. In 10 minutes' time now, the top of the hour, we are expecting comments from ECB's Lane. Speaks on a policy panel at Workshop on International Macroeconomics and Finance, the Globalization and Economics of the External Sector. This event's in Zurich. This is an invite-only event, but again, Lane speaking at the top of the hour.
Well, I picked up NVDA calls this morning on the open for their ER.
So China warning nationals against traveling to Japan recently, citing Japanese PM's recent remarks on Taiwan.
Wonder if I should have gotten the next expiry. What's Oracle doing? Holy shit. Oracle got fucking hammered. God damn. Oracle got fucking hammered.
So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we're expecting comments from ECB's Lane, who's speaking in Zurich, and also in 10 minutes' time, at five
Still
past the
lucky
hour,
Jap.
we're expecting
Still
comments from
lucky Jap.
Kansas City Fed's Schmid, who speaks on monetary policy and the economic outlook at the Kansas City Fed and Dallas Fed's Energy Conference. No indication whether a text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
I'm gonna buy some Oracle calls here too. Where the fuck is Oracle at? dirt fucking cheap. Now I have to keep a fucking I gotta keep like a grid chart open now. How do I open a fucking grid chart on this fucking thing? Got Oracle, Nvidia, Spy. Tesla's gonna close its gap too at like 4:30.
So we're shortly expecting comments from ECB's Lane, and we're just over 5 minutes away from comments from Fed's Schmid. Again, there's no indication whether there will be a text, but there will be a Q&A for Schmid. Again, Lane at the top of the hour, Fed's Schmid, 5 minutes past. Thanks for the coffee. The S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 touched session highs after pairing earlier declines. The Swiss government press conference on tariffs has been delayed till 16:30 local time, which is 10:30 a.m. Eastern time. Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Schmidt. Again, there's no indication whether a text or Q&A is expected. Keep in mind as well, this is a invite-only event, so no live video appears available. So seeing a text release from Fed's Schmid says Fed policy is modestly restrictive, which is where it should be. Monetary policy should lean against demand growth. Says my concerns on inflation are much broader than tariffs alone. And says I prefer to focus on overall inflation rate when setting policy. Says there's no room to be complacent on inflation expectations, and cooling of labour market likely reflects structural changes. Says I will monitor labour market closely for signs of more significant deterioration, and financial markets and the real economy are not showing signs of being overly restricted. A support decision to stop shrinking the Fed's balance sheet, and the Fed could lower the rate paid on reserves and ease access to standing repo facility to support smaller Fed balance sheet and ease liquidity. The Fed could also shift balance sheet portfolio to short duration securities, and says there's little reason to think that the reserve demand will grow steadily with nominal GDP.
You fucking. All right. Gotta get back in the fucking. Gotta do this. I gotta do that.
Gilt's extending drop with the UK 30-year yield climbing 15 basis points now to 5.38%.
All right, I'm back. Hold on here. Are you making more coffee this morning? Woohoo! You're the best. I love you. I've been pounding it. It's been a long ass week. It's Friday. that what you tried to say this morning? Mental health morning. Can I get a mental health morning? Check 1, 2. All right. Here we go. Give me a second here, guys. Almost there. That's gross. I'm cleaning off my phone right now. Like thinking about how dirty phones get. All right. Check 1, 2. My daughter took a mental health day last week and tried to negotiate another one this morning. So my wife says. I give her some respect for that. You get one, you try it again. Okay, so we need to get into a few things here. So we need to talk about this morning I had made some commentary that you cannot trust buy side right now. And wait a minute here. Take that off. I'm going to try to explain this to you simply if I can. So I think that like you want panic, but just enough, right? I like panic for volatility, of course. You need to remember that we are in the end of the year. So in the end of the year, you've already seen profit taking, right? I'm assuming that some of you out there have gotten caught in some of that profit taking as rotations continue in the stock market. So I want to say that the last few times that I've seen like panic and vol rise, that it was good volatility. In this instance, for where we went this morning, we dropped into fairly deep negative gamma in the stock market. Now we can break above that negative gamma, of course, and switch into positive gamma. The issue is not that the market cannot recover or cannot even put in a new high. It's what is the behavior of current longs when we come into these inflection points higher. It's very important to express to you the need to look for behavior that may seem contra to what is presented to you. And especially in this case. So I want you to remember that. I think we spoke about this yesterday, and I've been speaking about it.
UK 10-year gilt yields rising to the highest since October 14th at about 4.57%, up 13 basis points on the day.
Voice news disconnected.
You have retailers that, not all retailers, but a lot of retailers that you can see like they want to see the market crash, right? And so you have to ask yourself, why are they saying that? Why does on every low, why are they saying we're going to crash, right? We're going to we're going to have a limit down over the weekend or something on a Friday or whatever over the weekend. And the reason they're saying that is because they're probably have either been caught in this de-risking or rotation, or they're looking at that de-risking and rotation and saying we should crash. Right? These are uninformed traders usually. So they'll see like crypto going down, or they'll see the spec growth going down, or tech going down, and they'll say why is SPY not crashing here? Or they get caught in it and they're hurt or lost money and stuff like that, and so they're becoming more dim in their view of the market. But of course they're wrong, right? And they've been wrong the entire time. Now, I want you to think about like SPY in particular. Or if you're a real retail investor, like I have $1 million and I own SPY. In this particular case, we've gone so deep at the end of the year that it triggers. You can trigger like fear and panic, or you can trigger fear, I guess I should say, maybe, or volatility, maybe a little bit of panic. But once that trader or that investor goes into panic mode, you don't want to trust them anymore, especially in certain circumstances. So we're going to look at crowd, and I'll explain it better to you here in just a moment. I think I posted a chart on crowd. Hold on here. Let me just check my stuff here. Sorry, I got a bunch of trades on this morning. I added a lot of single stock options. Let me just show you this, explain this to you here. When we don't know if we're in risk off behavior with the whole market, but there's a chance that we've triggered risk off behavior in the whole market as of this morning. And I'll show you why here in a few moments. What you're looking for in terms of, are we in risk off or not? And how to look for it, and what you should be doing as we enter these higher inflection points. So first thing we're going to look at here is we're going to go to the bottom right here, and we're going to go to crowd. This is actually a really good chart to explain this. Hold on one second here. Wait a minute, did I show the wrong chart here? Hold on. Was it crowd, or was it did I show the wrong chart? Not crowd. Hold on. What's the chart that I showed this morning? Put up. Hang tight 1 second here. What the fuck is that chart that I showed this morning to explain what it looks like? Hang tight here. Hey, can you you mind grabbing my my laptop for me, please? And not crowd, it's Core Weave. CRWV. Is it? Hold on a second here. This is a really good one here. And these are, what I want to show you here is this. I can bring this up in like maybe like a 4-hour or something. On here. I want to show you what happens here. So hold on here. So this right here is, you guys see this? Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Okay, so I want to show it to you like this. You can actually see with price action when like there's like good panic, and then there's panic, right? So like volatility is great. So you got trend going on up here, right? Here's trend on Core Weave, and you're like, oh my god, that's kind of scary or whatever. So you're like triggering panic, and then there's an attempt here to get back into trend, and that was rejected. As soon as that happens, it triggers like real panic, right? And you start coming all the way down over here, and people freak out. It's going to come back. It's going to come back. It's going to come back. At some point, Core Weave triggered lots of put buying, probably right here. So this triggered a bunch of put buying. Dealers chased Core Weave down in the moment that put buying was done. Like people stopped buying puts, and like hedging and stuff like that, hedging puts. Dealers ripped it back up to delta hedge all that put buying and destroy the puts that were bought. Now, what's important about this chart in particular is that price returned to the scene of the crime. And I want you to remember that saying. So you have the scene of the crime and price returning to the scene of the crime. And when I say to you, don't trust buyers, right? I'm sure if you were to go on to, say, FinTwit or StockTwits or anywhere they talk about stocks, and if you check on August 11th, if you did like a search, you could actually search Twitter if you want. I could probably search myself right now, and I guarantee that around, October 8th until October 12th, if you were to search for CoreWeave posts, I'm going to guarantee you there was overrun with, why are you fearful? Why are you scared? Look, we're going right back. Everything's going to be fine, bro. We're going to break through like nothing ever happened. We're back on trend again. And what happened was, there were bag holders over here, and they just wanted out and off the train. They don't care. They might lie on social media. They might even just make a post that says, "We're going to the moon, bro." And they just want off the train. And so we sold again. And this behavior, if you see it, is very fucking dangerous. So how do you combat that? Whenever you create too much panic, you can induce put buying, right? And you can also posit that you return to the scene of the crime. But you want to step off with, even if you're bullish, you want to step off with those same unknown sellers. Now, let's say CoreWeave, in fact, went higher. That's actually fine. And you can jump back on that train, but not until you get a series of new highs. Now, in these prior examples over here, you could buy with confidence and expect new highs. And here you cannot. And so I think that that's my greater point here. I want to show you SPY. And I want to show you SPY a while ago. Hold on here. I want to show you what a roll can look like, or like not a roll, but like a de-risking. This is different than a stock market crash. When we begin to de-risk the market, even if it's just end of year de-risking, there's uncertainty right now too about, hey, we're going to enter a bear market next year. Doesn't mean we do, but there's uncertainty surrounding it. So I want to show you a time period here. This is 23. There's actually a really good one right here. This one's fairly good to look at right here. We can look at this one right here. It's actually a pretty good example. So even in here, you can see right here there was boom, de-risking to the down, or panic created to the downside. And we're slamming back up here. Pretend we don't know any of this, right? Over here. And you're gonna get bulls in here saying, "Oh, look, hey, look, man, everything is fine. We're up here, right? Everything is fine, bro." We don't know any of that. But what happens is you get market participants that actually de-risk here. They're not like, "Hey, bro, don't worry, we're going to the moon," or they're going to tell you, "We're going to the moon, we're going to make an all-time high," right? But in fact, what they're doing is they're unloading. And the reason that they're unloading is because they're unwilling to believe that we're going to go higher. They now want to see a back test of the hourly trigger, or even the daily, they don't care. Hourly, daily, they don't care. And they want to see the new all-time high. Now, they'll buy back in here. Like the smart traders will, they'll like, so you have like the fear here. And then they will actually buy back in up here. But they want to see that for proof first. So even this return is considered risk-off behavior. So they actually exited. You might not, but they do. And it's because of where we are right now in this particular situation. So when you hear me say things like, I need to see certain things to be risk on, I want to show you right now what that means for right now. So you've heard me say if I see a break of the daily trigger, and if I see a new low, or even near one, I want to go risk off. And if I want to go risk off, I know for a fucking fact that there are many participants, especially wealthy ones, with money in the market that want to do the same thing. So this is the SP 500 is a snapshot of the full market. And you've seen, this is very similar, isn't it? What I just showed you. So the SP 500 is held up pretty well. Fairly good and well. I'm very impressed, right? But I want to say that probably this morning, if I had $1 million and I owned SPY, if I had $1 million, I own all SPY right now, I would be looking for my first opportunity to exit the market here. I'd be willing to get back in and buy SPY again, a week or two, I don't care. But I would need certain conditions to be met. So professional traders already know this. Now, they're not going to create panic. They're not going to tell you that it's not going to the moon. They're just going to say, hey, we're going up. And then if you ask a professional, where are we going? They're going to say, oh, all the way up here, man. And they will de-risk in here. And they will de-risk here, too. They will de-risk here. They will sell their positions. And that can be dangerous. It can lead to large downside moves. If you have enough sellers that are hiding in plain sight. Not your, like, neighborhood bear, but your actual stock market buyer or owner, your investor. Whether they're professional, retail, I don't care. They will unload and wait until conditions improve. So, my point to you, this is SPY, by the way. My point to you is that right where we are, you're going to come into like known inflection points, right? We're going to come into like a known inflection point right here. And you're going to have another inflection point right here, right? Now, normally I would say, I don't think we've created enough panic to freak anybody out. So I'm going to expect that we break through this, right? But I'm going to look at the market today in reality and say, I'm not going to trust that we break above. I'm going to believe that some traders are literally going to attempt to exit the market before we get to these resistance points. Now, if they don't, that's good. Like if we break above here, that's great. That's good look right there. Great look right there. Love it. So I want, as we move forward with price, I want you to watch closely the behavior of the market. I want you to look for, in a simplified way, if you had an inflection point, and I'm like, hey, I'm bullish here, and we're going up and up and up, and I say, well, I'm getting out here, but I think we're going to look above. And if we look above, I'm going to say, woo, that's awesome. That means that the buyers are here, baby. They're not panicking. They think we're even have to go higher. So we come back down, and then we do break above. We start going higher, right? in this case, as we approach an inflection point, I'm actually looking for a failure. We may not fail, but that's what I'm looking for. And I want to be paying attention to see if this behavior is present in our current market. Right now I do. So, how do I know if people or participants are not panicking? What would I need to see? What I need to see, do you know? I need to see above this number right here, pretty much. I think generally speaking, I don't care where we go from here. I don't care if we have to, what do you guys say, shake people out? But I would need to see, like, let's say we go down here, right? We go back up here. I'd pretty much need to see something like this in a new high. And I would need to also see this hourly trigger. So I would need to see a high higher than this prior. That's right there. And I would literally need to see the second high. If I saw that behavior, I would say, they're not panicking, they're bullish. And I can jump right back on the train with confidence. But until then, in this case in particular, I'm not going to trust these buyers. I'm going to look for them to sell in two places. I think that all they want to do is get us to here to get out. And right here. First chance they get there, they're going to unload. Now, sometimes there's more buyers than sellers, of course. Or we might have to like hit or fail this one, come back down, and then hit it again. You know, it's like that's what that's considered as you're wearing out the panic people, right? You're gonna have to they're gonna come in with supply. You're gonna have to overrun them once, twice, 3 times to get above them. And then you get up here, you'll encounter the same thing. Try to sell down on you. It'll take work to get above this. Now, even if we do get above this, I still want to see that new high. I don't want to get sucked down into this. I don't want to go up here and find a new high, and then all of a sudden I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm like super bullish, and it's right back down again to the downside. I want to see that second high. And I think you guys hear me say that all the time anyways. You guys always hear me say, I want to see a successful back test of the hourly trigger. I want to see a second new high to go more risk on rather than risk adverse. But I do think this one in particular, there are too many examples of this one where it's very dangerous. Now, we have not confirmed a high yet, or we have not confirmed a top yet. But if I see risk-off behavior in here as we go higher, it will confirm a top. And we will sell the fuck out of this market. So it's not so much that I'm panicking or anything. It's more that I currently don't trust buyers. I don't believe what they're saying. I don't believe what they're saying. So as an example, when we come up here, and we're going to come up into this hourly trigger and this daily trigger, even right where we are right now, I don't trust them. And I'm not going to trust buyers here either. It's not that I'm not long or anything. I just don't trust them. I think that's the way to move forward with the market. Don't trust them. It doesn't mean we can't trade. Doesn't mean we can't trade to the scene of the crime. Doesn't mean that we can't trade up here. Doesn't mean we can't even put an all-time high. Just means you can't trust them. For continuation. So this looks like, last leg of kind of like a last leg into the year for distribution. And whether we reject here, whether we reject there, or even if we get one high, not two, just the one, with an all-time high, you should expect, without that second new high, risk-offish behavior. And so at each one of these major inflection points up here, I would keep that in the forefront of your mind. Do we break above and then sell? Do we break above and make a second high to take the next leg? Get on that. So one high is not good enough. You need the second high, and then you can take the long to right here. You step off. If we break above, I would want to see the second high to get risk on. And even up here, if we get a new high, I would expect us to sell. So just note this as we head into end of year and January, that there are buyers out there. Go back over here. I want you guys to see this. Just note from this point forward that there are buyers out there that will tell you all kinds of stories like, hey, man, that's the bottom, bro. We're going up. We're going to make all-time highs. And they're likely upside down. And they're likely just waiting for a chance to step off of risk. There's another way to explain this. There's a way to explain this in like a 1 in 5 minute trigger. You'll notice sometimes when I say, here are my stops, but I want to get off the train when we go higher. Let me explain it like this. We'll leave this up here. Let me see if I can draw this out here. So you come down, let's say you're coming down, right? Just like this. And you mark a bottom. Hold on here. Like this. And you're marking a bottom, right? We go up and fail. We get this new one right here. That's your first mark bottom. All right, so you have mark bottom, a new high or prior high. We hold here, right? And we begin to go up. And we fail this next one right here. Hang tight 1 second here. I got to check something. Hold on here. What is that? Hang tight here, guys. Where is did I lose that chart over there? Hang tighter, guys. I got to watch this in the background here. Sorry, I got a bunch of calls on like Oracle and NVIDIA. Show up better with a 1 in 5 minute trigger. Maybe Joseph Blue, maybe. One quick second here, guys. Here is SPY price action here. So SPY is coming down right here, right? Underneath the 1 and 5 minute trigger. And it makes a marked bottom right here. It stops on what we think is an inflection point, right? So you got downside move in price. You end up seeing this new price break above the prior high right here. Back test successfully, right? And then you go up in here, right? And we stall. And you're expecting this like new price up here. We stall. We break down over here and show a new low. You see it? Now, I want to show you two different outcomes. When that happens to you, I always say, that's where your stops are, but you're not going to actually execute your stops there. Hold on, I got to look at something here. Okay, I apologize for that. So we have the downside move here. You have your marked high on your prior high right here. Your expectation is that you're going to bounce. Your expectation is you're going to bounce and make a new high. You fail to do that. Could be any reason. Could be like, I don't know, breaking news or whatever the fuck it is. I don't care. And it rolls to the downside. This triggers your stops. You don't actually sell there. So if your stops are triggered right here, you would actually execute the stop. When weak buyers try to save that stock, right? So you'll actually see it go back up again. No, this is kind of where we are in the market. And I want to explain to you what the responsible thing for you to do is. The responsible thing for you to do is to fucking exit. So you get out, like you bought here, or even you bought here, and you're either slightly flat or slightly losing a little bit of money at this point because there's probably no interest in those options anymore. So you exit here. Now, 70% of the time, it's going to go like this, straight down. 30% of the time, it's actually going to recover. It does not matter if it recovers. That recovery brings into play hindsight trading. Most of the time, that recovery turns into what? A liquidity grab to go down. Because the failure already showed you, you were also given a clean exit. 2, you're giving it an orderly way, and then you bring back into play the hindsight trading. If I coulda, shoulda, woulda, dida, woulda. I had a chance to get out, and I didn't get out. And when you start to look at the percentages of this stuff, you can see that winning is not on your side. Now, it can be on your side, but not where we are in price action yet. What you would want to see, even if you broke higher, would be a successful backtest and then a new high. And the coast is actually clear there. So on the next backtest, you could actually go long. And this concept applies. This concept I'm showing to you right now is like first tier trading. If you don't understand this concept, you should not be investing or trading real money in the stock market, in my view. So when you're putting risk on, if your rules are being broken, you exit until conditions improve. And the reason I'm showing you this is because there are traders and investors out there that watched that price action into this morning, and they are looking for the exit until conditions improve. It's not that they can't improve. It's just that they know that they broke right here. And they are afraid of one of two outcomes, the roll or the liquidity grab for a roll. Does that make any sense to you guys out there? So just be aware of it as we move forward. It doesn't mean that I'm calling for a crash or a bear market or anything like that, or the top is in. I just want you to know that those people are there waiting. So their stops were triggered, right? The smart trader and investor, their stops were triggered. They're going to exit in an orderly fashion, and they will attempt to get back in if conditions improve. The percentage chance that conditions do not improve currently are very high. And so I just want you to understand that for where we are on the stock market. And I would be very cautious of believing anyone that tells you otherwise from what I just told you. Anyone that tells you otherwise is fucking lying to you. And you don't know the reasons why they'll lie to you. And they can have $1 million fucking dollars, man, sitting in SPY, and they do not want to lose, 100 grand or something, or 60 grand or 50 grand. They're going to say, no, bro, we're going to the moon, to everyone they speak to. The first chance they get, they will exit until conditions improve. They don't really care if we go up or not. They really don't care. All they know is I'm not going to panic sell, and I'm going to look for an exit, and I will reinvest or rebuy the moment that conditions improve. Like the quality investor, quality trader, the street, hedge funds, the professionals know this. They don't panic sell, they don't panic buy, they don't do any of that stuff. But they are panicked, I can assure you of it. Does it mean that we crash? No. Does it mean the top is in? No. It means that you have to be aware that there are going to be traditional buyers and bulls and whatever you want to call them, market participants, that are going to look to step off at these major inflection points from this point forward in the S&P 500 in particular, this is the first time I've seen this condition probably since February, April. And it's triggered. I want you to know that it's triggered. So I'm not fearful personally at all. And you shouldn't trade with that fear either, like they have. You just need to know that they're there. Be aware that they're there. Don't be like shocked Pikachu and be like, oh, bro, I was told we were going all-time highs, bro. I stayed long, bro. That kind of shit. You can ride it all the way up. You can take every level all the way up. Just note that there are people hiding there that are probably going to lie to you. You know, not your neighborhood bear. It'll be like your neighborhood bull. So when I say I don't trust bulls anymore, I don't. I'll tell you right now, situationally, for where we are in the market, I no longer trust bulls. I don't fucking trust a word that they say right now. Nothing. Zero. Any bull that tells me like we're going all-time highs or don't worry, Cap, everything's gonna be fine. Like I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Get out of my face, bro. Like get out of my face. And you should be viewing the market in this context right now with suspicion. Be very suspicious of these bulls. It's not that we can't go to all-time highs, just don't trust them. And that's on the inverse of this. What do I normally do to bears? Not bears, but like your doomer. When we're on a bottom, what do I normally say to those guys? I don't trust those guys at all. I find it comical. So this is the same thing in the inverse. When we're coming up here and, you know, like you get your neighborhood doomer saying we're going to crash over the weekend. Your neighborhood bull that's like, we're going to break through this, bro, and make all-time highs. I'm going to be like, yeah, get out of my face, bro. Whatever. I'm going to exit, and I'll come back on Monday and take the trade again. So you have to be very careful right now if you're an investor in the stock market. I'm going to warn you right now. You get your warning from me right now. Do not trust fucking bulls right now at all, even with positive price action. If that condition changes, I will let you know. That's a warning to you. If you're watching the show right now, do not trust these fuckers. Don't trust them. They're lying. I promise you. We've broken too many things, and we're still even right now in a pretty bad place. I would like to see us above like 685, 686, whatever that prior high is, up there, and then another new high. If I see that, I'll get bullish again. But right now, don't trust these. Don't trust them. They're looking for exits right now. And they're good traders. They're good investors. That's why they're rich. They have money for a reason. They do it the right way. Whether they're professionals, whether they're retail investors, retail traders. These are guys, you know who these people are? They're very quiet. You're not going to hear them chat about it. You're not going to see them like pumping and dumping with stupid shit on FinTwit or even in our Discord. We have people in our Discord that never comment. You didn't notice that? Like we have lots of members in there that never say a word. They know what I'm talking about. They're not going to go in the Discord and say, he's right. They're not going to come on YouTube or Twitch and say, that guy's right. They're watching to see if that risk-off behavior is going on. They know what I'm talking about right now. So if you're like a regular trader like me or whatever, just like take what I say as being very serious. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. I don't see this that frequently. And I see it this morning. So everything's been hit for it. So it doesn't mean we can't go up, doesn't mean we can't be all-time highs. I just would not trust when we come into those levels that there isn't a larger group of sellers than usual. Just note that in the time of year that it is, it's today's November 14th. We got a month and a half left to the end of the year. We come into seasonal weakness normally on February OpEx, so we're getting a little bit long in the tooth anyways. So if we were trading 700 or 690, I assure you that at this point, people are going to step off the market, guaranteed. I'll come back in the spring. I don't care how high we go. You'll hear that from people. We could trade 700, 720. I guarantee there's going to be a larger chunk right now that will not care. They'll just exit and say, I'll come back in the spring. Let me know how you guys did. And I don't think that condition was quite here this past week. I think it's here now, definitely. So I'm not bared up or anything. I don't want you to think I'm like a bear or anything like that, but I'm not a bear. I don't think the top is in or any of that stuff. I'm just letting you know not to fucking trust that they're going to unload or try to unload at major inflection points. Now, if you want to know where the first inflection point is, we're at it right now. First inflection point is the daily trigger and the hourly trigger cross. The next one will be above at... The next one will be roughly, we're not to say we're going to trade this, but literally the 685.88. Whether we reject this and go down or even poke our heads up, if we go near there, you're going to see a lot of people trying to get out of the market. Doesn't mean we've crashed or anything, but just expect it. Heavier than normal selling in the stank market. Hit our second target right here. And then we got one more target above here. I don't know if we can actually close this gap here. I want you to know, though, that right now we are in the zone. So in the zone of some risk-offish behavior for where we are right now. Happy Friday, by the way. How are y'all doing out there? Hot mic moment? You guys not hear me? Okay, so just be aware of that, okay? The top is not, I'll say it again. Top is not in. I'm not a bear here. But I have definitely switched to looking for that closing the door on buyers. I'm looking for it now. Wherever that is, whether that's at right where we are or slightly higher at 86 or an all-time high. And I think that sellers already know this. I think sellers are looking for the same thing. Now, if we close the door, in the market, if the top is in and we begin rejecting, you will see me switch to a seller. That would be sell the rip. I want to explain what sell the rip is. Sell the rip is when the daily or the hourly trigger, and in this case, it would be rejections of the half an hour and hourly trigger under the daily trigger. If you see that begin, you will see me begin to, I will expect every time price goes to the hourly and half hour trigger that it will fail and we will make a new low. It is the complete inverse of what I tell bulls. The exact same thing. And if that happens, I am going to dismiss you if you are a bull. I'm going to dismiss you until you prove me wrong. It'll be like sell the half hour trigger for a new low. Sell the half hour trigger for a new low. We did a five wave downside move, and now we're going to come back up for 3 waves in a corrective move higher. That corrective move could be to the half an hour trigger, the hourly trigger, or the daily trigger, depending upon how deep we go, and route these fucking bulls out. So don't ask me when bottom is. I'll let you know when I think it is, but I said this morning to you, I'm targeting 560. I'm not going to take out puts for 560. The first target would be like 650. The first target would be like 650. That's what I'd be targeting. And then the next target would be 616, I think. Thereafter, if we break through 600, I'd be looking for 560. That make any sense? And do not take that trade. You do it step by step. If we bounce off 650 and start going higher again, we'll take that trade higher. If we blast through the daily trigger, the hourly and the daily, and start back testing with 2 new highs, I'll turn bull again. But I want you to be aware that the bears and the sellers are trying to close the door right now on you. If you are a bull, I want you to know that there's one step left for them to close the door in this market. And I want you to be aware of it. I hope they're not successful. No, I'm not a bear. I want you to know that I'm a fucking bull. So I'm a perma fucking bull. So But you have to recognize when it's there. If you're going to be a investor or a bull, you need to recognize when conditions are deteriorating so that you do not get caught in that. You do not want to give back all your money to the stank market. You need to be able to turn on a dime, and I need you to be aware of when it happens. And when I'm telling you these things, I'm going to warn you right now. I'm going to warn you one time. If you think I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about this stuff, you're going to have a bad time. If we roll down and confirm this, you're going to have the bad time, not me. So be aware of that, okay? I'm like deucing all kinds of fear here on a Friday. You're gonna have a bad time. If you don't believe me, ask a like sell side. Ask those guys. They know exactly what's going on here more than likely. So, not your doomers and shit. Like you're like I make my money in the stock market selling. Ask those guys. They'll probably tell you the truth. That they're just waiting for a closure here. They're waiting for like one fucking failure. Bastards. Now, if you want to know where I think we're going, like my outlook here for right now, I do think that we're going to roll down from here very soon. That we're going to actually, my take here is that we're going to somehow and right back down to the downside. Now, I could be wrong. Let me show you this here. Let's go to the trigger really quick. Just show you this. So I am looking for some kind of a failure in here. And I want to talk to you about this if I can, okay? So, I actually am looking for a failure in here. Whether it's here, up here, I don't care. Downside. That's my expectation, down. We will trade more than likely in that downstroke 650. Okay? Now, I'm saying that to you, right? If we break above and we make a new high, I will go long up here. Make sense? Show you that again. So if we actually come up here and we make a new high, I would be willing to go long. But if we start failing here, or we start failing here with this high or that high, get ready to fucking start selling, okay? So if you're long here, not a bad place to get off, right? The FOMO lives here. See a new high, get back on. So you're off. And you're on. Make sense? Long. Get off. If you see this, you can get back on again. If this starts to fail, we will take the short. And that target is, first one's going to be 660. Right down here. Break through that 660. The next target would likely be right here. 652, 650-ish, somewhere in there. Just be aware of this over here. We're not there yet. So don't know about it yet, but you now want to do what? You want to pay attention to the behavior of the market up here, right? You want to see if we can break above the hourly trigger and the daily trigger. And you want to see if we make a new high with a back test of the hour. You can go risk on from here. That's 675-ish or so. And we'll attempt to trade 685 or 86 for the next leg higher. Just note that in here, there are people that are going to try to step off the market there. And there are going to be some bears trying to sell into you there too. If I was sell side, I would be looking for the failure right now. As we begin to come into this inflection point. I'm long here still. Like I still got a bunch of SPY shit. I got a bunch of SPY. I got SPY shit out to December still. I haven't closed any of that stuff. I got into some Oracle and some Nvidia this morning. I'm out of that, but I still have SPY on. So I'm still long here, but I just want to give you the warning publicly so that you're not like what the thing that bothers me is that oftentimes you'll see like a top in a stock. It comes back and you'll hear the astroturfing. Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And then you're sold into, and you try to DCA, and then you're sold into, and then you try to DCA, then you're sold into. All of a sudden, you're a community member. All of a sudden, not our community, but like a community member of that stock. And then it goes down and down and down and down, and it destroys lives. It really does. It destroys a retailer's life. People will like get divorces. Like took out a second mortgage. I'm in margin. I got to go back and get a job. So I want to put that warning out there for those people. Don't become that bag holder. Don't do it. It's terrible. It's like it's the stuff of nightmare fuel. The other thing too is if you're panicked, here's one more message. If you're panicked, let's say you do have $1 million out there, $5 million in the stock market. Do not panic sell. You'll be given opportunities to exit until conditions improve. Don't go selling yesterday's low or this morning's low. Don't do that shit. If you feel like you're like, hey, I need to get out of this cap or whatever, here's your first chance, and you're gonna get another one, more than likely at some point around 85. You'll get another opportunity. And there's something else in that too. If we were to reject here and trade 660 or 650, we would still go back up to, believe it or not, we would still go back up to that scene of the crime. Scene of the crime, if you want to know, is 685. That's the real scene of the crime right there. Sometimes it takes a day, sometimes it takes a month or two, but we will go back there at least once. Just like I showed you in that little thing I drew. You'll always be afforded an exit every time. Listen to me closely here. Every single time you'll be afforded an exit. Within a certain time period, you will be, even if the market's going to roll. So scene of the crime, 685, we will go there one way or another. Whether we go to all-time highs or we roll or whatever, however long it takes, we will go there, no matter what. So just heads up. We have a date with the scene of the crime, guaranteed. Now, I don't know what the reaction is going to be once we get there. I would expect heavy fucking selling to at least begin. I just made a fuck ton of money myself too. I just took that whole green bar on. I don't know if they're going up. I just made a fuck ton of money. I walked off NVDA at $189 like a fucking rock star. And I bounced off Oracle too, so pretty good morning. But I want to warn you guys that stuff, okay? You guys understand? I want to show you another neat market moment here about panic. I want to show you the other side of panic, okay? I want to show you something here. Another thing that can be very frustrating for investors and traders. Excuse me. One of my favorite ones, one of my most famous or favorite ones of recent memory, I think was one of my favorite ones of recent memory is right here. Now, let's say you're an investor in the stock market today. You own the S&P 500, okay? If we are topping, I want you to see something here. This was the top, right? This is very important. So when I say to you that duration matters, it does. So if you're in a new bull market, right? Watch this closely. This is very important. You're adding on fear. So you add on fear, 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 right? You don't listen to the doomers, and you add for duration. Now you come down here, right? There's a few things, so you're like, hey, I'm going to add on fear. So you don't know anything over here, you just know this, right? So the market blasts down here. You're already long all this crap over here. You're long, right? And we price comes down. Hold on a second here. Change this out. So, like, hey, I'm an adder here. I bought Yahoo, right? We blast down to this weekly trigger. You're not given a sign to add here. You see it recover here. You make a high, but no new high. And you see the daily trigger crossing over here. That's bearish. But remember, you're long from back here. You added as well right here, right? You didn't see any opportunity to buy, and you're starting to see risk-offish behavior. Let's say you don't sell, even though you have all the signs to sell, right? You have the cross of the daily trigger, cross the weekly. You have no new high, no new second high. You saw nothing over here to say add again. Last time you added was right here. You've been adding this whole way. And price just goes to the depths of hell. And now you're panicking. Oh my God. So you sell right there. And then all of a sudden you see price come straight back up to where? Scene of the crime. This was where you bought. See it right there? You were actually given a chance to get out here, here, and over here. So my point here is, even though there's panic out there, you're given opportunities to exit in a responsible fashion until conditions improve. And even in these conditions here, did you get a new high and a back test? No. So there was no reason even here to add to your longs. You just risk off until conditions improve. So when we come up here to this 685 or whatever it is up here, the 685, 686, I think it's appropriate. I think it's appropriate to risk off until you see a high above it with a back test of the hourly trigger and a new high. The moment that you see that, you can go risk on again. Here's the 1 and the 5. Or the 1 and the 4, excuse me. SPOO's trading the hourly and daily trigger right now. You can probably get to 685 like today or tomorrow. I think that the faster we get there, the more bearish it is. I think that's more panic driven. I hope that we don't get there quick, to be honest with you. But it's okay. We'll trade it when we get there. Now give me like 5 seconds here. My coffee's cold. I gotta go warm it up. Be right back here. I think they just like the blower. I'm like, why don't you just blow the leaves once? Instead, they blow them like 3 or 4 times. I just think they like using the goddamn blower. See, I just heard him pump the blower. When they're pumping the blower, that means they're enjoying themselves. Rum, 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 rum. I swear, like, you can always tell when someone likes blowing leaves. They try to do it like 4 times a season. And they'll do it like, and then they'll pump the gas. He's pumping the gas again. Ba-ba-ba-ba. What's that? Oh, as a lawn care professional, I really don't understand. Didn't understand annoying it is for people. My neighbor got a new backpack blower. He had like a regular blower, but he bought like one of the big ones, the expensive ones, like a Husqvarna or something like that. Oh, hold on a second here. So he's been out there like maybe 4 times. Hold on a second here. He's been out there like 4 times, like in the past week, and now he's pumping the gas. He's like rum 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 rum. As a lawn care professional, I really didn't understand how annoying it is for people. SPY trading 674.39. New high on the hourly trigger. Oh, shit. Keep on going. SPX. Go back over here. Coming into daily resistance on SPX right now. I wonder if I should exit these. Oh, no, fuck me. God damn it. I wanted to get out of some SPY calls, but they just came down to 97 cents. They were like trading $1.15 for a minute there. I guess I'm stuck in them. I got 680s on still too. And I have 695, 700s for 31st still on. I'm still long on those. I'm going to stay in them. There's a 4-hour just above here. Trade 679.34 maybe. A nice popping in the day. time is it right now? 11:30. I'd like to see if the 12 p.m. flows are up or down here. Let's watch this closely. Five-minute trigger coming up through the half-an-hour trigger. Also note the half-hour velocity and half-hour trigger is turning up now. We can get a good back test of this. We could be looking to go higher. See if we can get it at the 12 o'clock hour. Oh, that's this fucking guy like won't stop. I mean, I'm not mad at him or anything. I mean, get why I do the same thing probably. God damn, hold on a second here. If I had a new leaf blower like that guy has, I'm gonna have to go borrow it. He's got a blower just like that. It's like a big backpack. Oh, and this is the truth. I was talking to him the other day, and he's like, "Oh, I got an extra part for it." He's like, "You can," he like speeds it up. So he like, it's got like a an extra like connector thing, so it makes it more powerful than usual. I shit you not. I have some grass. I tore a bunch of it out. I have like it's not quite xeriscaping, but like I planted a bunch of trees and stuff. Like I planted like apple trees and peach trees. I think I did apples, pears, and peaches or something like that. I ended up putting in installed a bunch of bushes like strawberry, blueberry, blackberry. And then this year we took out some of our grass and we put in a victory garden. So my wife and kids and I have never like planted. We've had like gardens and stuff. We've never done a victory garden, so we did one of those this year. It was awesome. I had like pumpkins growing everywhere. I had corn growing everywhere. It was crazy. I mean, I like grass. I prefer like native stuff. Like we do like wildflowers, that kind of stuff, and bushes and. Yeah, I like that stuff. I used to like grass, and now I don't. I like I used to like grass, but no longer. When I was younger, I liked grass. I'll be honest, I did. I like the clean looking grass and stuff, and I like the lines in the lawn. But now, like, when my kids became like, I don't know, like 6, 7, somewhere in there, we switched to more like, hey, let's go outside and do this, and let's go outside and do that, and all that kind of stuff. And they like it too. we had built a little garden too. You gotta remember, I just moved houses. I've got a new, or I've got an old house that I just moved into. The place looks like a fucking, it looks pretty bad. It's not my normal standard of living. One of my buddies came over, no, I wouldn't say he's my buddy. I can't say it's my wife's friend. Her husband came over recently, and she was like, so and so came over and checked out the house and loved it, and I was like, what? I was like, he loved it. I was like, this place is a dump, but he thought it was cool. We're doing here, I guess. So, I'm rebuilding an old house that I own. It looks good. You guys know I put in a dormer, right? Like I didn't expect to be doing that. Like I'll tell you a bunch of stuff. So I was trying to like clean up some roof leaks. The roof was like good but not good, and so that turned into replace the roof. And then we found rot on the top plates. So the top plates of the attic and the roof. And so the guy was like, yeah, like we can just put a new roof on, but you got rot over there and it could have went down into the walls. So I'm like, no, let's do this right. Check. So we went and checked, and we ended up taking off like there's a front and back gable, and then the middle of it has a roof. We ended up taking the entire roof off of this house. It's a true story. And this was recently, and I didn't find any rot down in the walls, luckily, but the plates were rotted, so I took the plates off, put new plates on, and then this guy's a baller too. Like he's like a really good carpenter and roofer and stuff. A carpenter. He's like I can put a dormer up there for like $2,000. I'm like, what do you mean $2,000? He's like, I can frame one up and I'll put the siding up on it and the windows and wrap it up and then put the siding up on it for you. And I was like, bullshit. He's like, yep. And so we did that. So I put a dormer up. Now it wasn't 2,000. He said 2, but it was more. It's more. Well, that's fine. So we ended up putting the dormer. There was like a bunch of other hidden costs and shit. So, of course there is, right? And I said yes to it. So we put the dormer up there in the roof recently. We go back after Thanksgiving, I think. He's taking a break for Thanksgiving. And he's coming back, and this is the crazy part. So we did that attic, right? That dormer. And we have like a staircase that goes up there. And the staircase is kind of small. In my mind, I was like, oh, we'll just, we're going to use that staircase and maybe we'll just bring up some like IKEA type stuff and make it an observatory or something because it overlooks the entire city. It's like 40 fucking feet in the air, maybe 50. 40 or 50 feet in the air at the top, somewhere in there. It's huge. It's really high. And I'm like coming down the stairs with him as we're like discussing the work that he's doing. This guy is like probably the best salesman I've ever met in my life. He's like, this isn't going to be the code, the staircase. You're going to have problems if they ever come and look at this thing. And I'm like, okay, what are you telling me here? And he's like, well, that other bedroom you got there on the third floor. He goes, well, the attic and the third floor. He goes, what we can do is, he's like, we'll knock the wall out between the staircase and blow the staircase out and get rid of that bedroom. I was like, what? So I think that's what he's doing next in December. Is coming in to like demo a bunch, like a big wall, throw up some beams and stuff, and like point loads to the basement, all that stupid shit, and then the house is gonna look a lot different. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I talked to my wife about it. I was like, we're getting a little bit more than I thought we were gonna be getting into this. I was like, should we? So I'm like, So I'm like, we should. I was like, we should rent a house, or we should. At one point, I was like, I should buy an RV or something and put it in the backyard, and we'll live in the RV for a month or two in the summertime, and I'll put a studio in a portion of the house that we can I can work from, and that same friend of my wife's husband made fun of me because he just went through a renovation and he had like he had like way less square footage than I do, and he made do with like he made like a kitchen in his garage, like put a toilet in and turned his garage into like a house or something while he did his. And he's like, "Why are you crying about how much space you have to hide in your house while the renovation's going on?" And I'm like, "You're kind of right." So maybe I'm just a whiner or something when it comes to that stuff. But it's turned into this bigger thing than I ever expected it would ever be. Yeah, I'm long, but I want to get out. If we hit 85 or something, I'm out. If we go up here, hit 85, I'm out. I'm probably gonna turn bear up there. There's a fair chance. If we like, I'll give you a number. So here's the number. If we fail to trade above 6, you guys ready for it? I'll give you the exact tick if you want it. If we fail to trade above 685.82 on SPY, I will become a bear. I'll become a fucking bear. God damn it. Hate being a bear. Goddamn bears. Fucking bear. Hate being a bear. Is there bears in the side? Josh, are you a bear? I don't mean it goes there today. I mean, we're going to go up there and fail it. When we go up there to that number and fail, if we fail it, we will go there. We will absolutely go up there. That's the scene of the crime. We always go back there every time. So we will. But if we fail it, though, it might not be today. It could be in like a week or two. But when we go up there, though, and fail it, if we fail that shit, whoo, boy. Start wearing my, stop shaving my chest and stuff. What are you talking about? I'm not buying a blower. I got a blower. The jetpack one? Yeah, no. Yeah, what's going on, Jay Donnerland? What's up, brother? He says, I got out at the top there. I'm the seller you couldn't trust. Picked up some puts to hedge at last inflection, looking for panic and profit taking to set in so I can win this side too. What's up, brother? What's going on, man? I know they're there, dude. I know they are. They're. You know they're gonna panic sell 685 too. You already know they're gonna fucking do it. Even if we were to go at all time highs, it ain't gonna matter. This is gonna be just a bunch of people there unloading. Oh, what's going on? You sure it wasn't? You sure it wasn't by mistake? Hold on a second here. I just posted my email address there for you. Write that down and ping me right now, and I'll look at it. I'll check on the back end. You got to understand that I've got we have people that work. Like, I don't know. Probably think that it's just me, but it's not. I can't do everything, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about. But if you ping me with an email, I'll look at it right now for you. I will check on the back end of the website and the membership if you want. Oh, shit. Here come the Bears. Here come the Bears. Dude, Tippy, what are you doing? Tippy just broke a mirror. Sorry, guys. The Discord is out of control right now. Hold on, hey, I'm deleting my all right, cool. I'm gonna delete it now. I don't want the Chinese bots to find my email address. I deleted my email address, bro. Just ping with an email. I don't want the Chinese bots to like send me sex things. My wife will freak out. Why are you getting sex things from Chinese bots? Right? I'll look for him right now. Hold on a second. Oh, wait, my phone's about to die here. Hold on a second here. It looks like he called me last night at 6. Let's see if he answers. We'll see if he answers right now. You know he's sleeping in right now. What time is it? It's 12 o'clock? Yeah, I think he's sleeping in. I think he's in another time zone, too. Let's check where he's at right now. Oh, yeah, he's definitely asleep right now. He's definitely asleep. Let me just check the local time where he's at right now. Oh yeah, he's asleep. He's either asleep or he's out partying. Come on. Keep going up. Target above 678.43. We'll see what these flows are here at 12 p.m. I'm going to read some news to you right now. Yeah, he's in Asia. I didn't want to say exactly where he was, but he is. He's in Asia. He sent me pictures. Oh, is it? No, I thought he was here. That was Despacito. Just don't tell him what he's doing. Don't say in public or don't say in the Discord what he's doing and where he's at exactly. Don't give him up. He's our boy. He did send me pictures. He sent me pictures from where he is. I can confirm that he's where he says he is. He sent me naked pictures. Hold on a second here. Let's watch this closely. Hmm. See if I can see anything here. Hold on. Santa Claus rally. When market narrative is AI boom bubble and that government backstops are for national security reasons, that Fed not just cutting at highs, but set to launch QE in H1. The tax cuts next year to be augmented by 2K stimulus checks. Bubble in expectations is why risk assets are struggling at the highs. Move that over so we can see it. On Monday, we get, today we get just a note to you that it's 12 p.m. right now. We get Logan speaking at 3:30 and Bostick speaking at 4:20. We get the monthly budget statement supposedly today. On Monday, we get the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index. We get a ton of Fed diarrhea on Monday all day long at like 10, 10:30, 2 p.m. and 4:30 and 8:55 p.m. Oops, sorry about this. I didn't know you couldn't see that. On Tuesday, we get ADP Employment Change Weekly at 9:15 on Tuesday. We also get 9:30 New York Fed Activities Index. We get Red Book year over year at 9:55. Supposedly, we're going to get a bunch of stuff at like late data after the bell. On Wednesday, the big news would be, of course, of next week. On the 19th, on Wednesday the 19th, we have Vixpiration. And we also get the FOMC minutes on Vixpiration at 3 p.m. Note, too, that on Thursday, we get existing home sales. Those have been looking a little rough, but they're kind of improving a little bit. That's the biggest news on Thursday. And then Friday is OPEX. We also potentially get claims on Thursday the 20th as well. Some jobs numbers. And then on Friday, we get the 21st is OPEX. We do get a bunch of Fed diarrhea all morning. We do also get the S&P Global Composite Manufacturing and Services flash reports. That's usually a big bear thing. So some volatility heading into next week. Actually, next week starts our volatile week. Following week, we get 25th, we get ADP employment change again. 26th on Wednesday before Thanksgiving, we get durable goods at 9:30, GDP growth rate. Quarter over quarter, there's some expectation or lowered expectations on what that'll be. I think we've priced that in at this point, this down move. I was talking to Binky last night. We get PCE2 in the 26th. I was talking to Binky last night about how the data's been dropped. And we were discussing how they packaged the data to show great economy, which makes stock market go down. And they're saving all the bad data that makes stock market go up for the first week of December, it looks like. But there is some jobs data coming out this week, so that might help the market a little bit or shift the narrative. Interestingly, on December 2nd, we get JOLTS at 11 a.m. Tuesday, December 2nd. We get ISM Services PMI on the 3rd of December. What do I think OPEX pin price will be? I thought it would be 7,000. Let me look at the gamma right now, and I'll tell you what it is today. You got to remember that normally we would go up. We're dealing with sellers right now. We're dealing with fear. Let me just check a couple things here. We've got a pin at 6,500. And we have a pin at 6,900 and 7,000 on SPX. Let me just see one more thing here. But this can change after today, too. It's interesting that, like, after this weekend, the gamma is going to change drastically on Monday, or it should change drastically on Monday. Yeah, so my thought here, or my initial thought was that we would pin 7,000 because they sold them on the beginning of the month. Or I shouldn't say the beginning of the month. They started selling them at like when I was in New York, like October, 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st. They started selling them. I would suspect that if I had to guess where the pin is prior to yesterday, it was at 690, 692. And then end of month would have been 7,000, believe it or not, for the end of this month. So that would be in and around monthly or last day of the month or the first week. Now we should hit 7,000. I have calls on for that trade still. They'll stay on too unless we fail that 685.82. If we fail that, I'll close those calls out. I don't know if they need to reclaim them right now. Most of the concentration of that 7,000 gamma bar, I think, is in December and January. They don't theoretically need to claim those 7,000 calls until then. So like, the majority of that gamma has some time on it. Damn, I had a chance to sell. So this morning I saw SGD hit $1.31 and it didn't sell. It was so fucking fast that I couldn't sell this morning. Also note that Beyond is in profit for me right now. Beyond at a high, trading $1.23. My calls are going back up again. I don't know. My calls are going up right now. I know that. Let's check this next news thing really quick. Hold on here. What? Hold on 1 second here. Any of you guys long Oracle, CoreWeave, or Meta right now? For equities, we are hitting CTA triggers for NDX and Russell. SPX is close behind. Vol Control will almost certainly be a seller. Given the time of the year, most are not defending but managing risk. This is Pravorsky, by the way. I want to let this play out a bit more. It is healthy to see some of the retail excess and systematically have reduced. Yep. Then we will have the chance to separate the winners from the losers in the AI trade. Hold on here, guys. Yeah, a second here. And you guys long shitcos. A second here, and I'll say the 14th. Yeah. Vortsky, he's with he's talking about AI trade. Look through some of this stuff here from today. Who's that? Thank you. JPM's warning of high beta stocks. Avoid high beta speculative. I posted that for you inside the Discord. All the betas are doing good today, or the ones that I'm in are good. I don't see that. You remember the wicks? What does David say? The wicks do the damage and the candle tells the story? Give me a couple seconds here. I'm getting, someone's at my front door here, and I don't know who it is. I'll be right back, guys.
The S&P 500 turns positive, last up 0.5%. The White House now issues the joint statement on the Swiss trade framework.
Check 1, 2. Go higher, baby. Be right back on in a second here, guys. I feel like my chair is lower. You okay? Hang tighter, guys. I think my voice has finally gone kaput. A little bit of rolly behavior here. Just note, too, that those 12 o'clock flows tend to wane as we get closer to 1:30 in the afternoon. I do want you to know that we did hit our mark. We can look at this together. We did. I want to show you this here right now real quick if I can. So I will say this. There's some positivity here. Number one, we did not auto sell the half an hour trigger. I don't know if I can read this to you, but inside the Discord this morning, I posted some white papers from GS and JPM and B of A, and like these are smart guys like Pravorsky and guys like that, right? Harnett was in there. I posted a white paper from Josh Harnett. They made some good points in here. No, not. I don't think it was Josh Harnett. Excuse me. They made some good points here, and I think I'm in agreement with these guys. These guys are point blank saying to the market this morning, we need to see some recovery in the market, and you want to see positive recovery. I think that was their top line. So, like, if we came up here and just started fucking selling, that's no confidence in the market. If we came up here to the hourly trigger and the daily trigger and started selling, that's no confidence in the market either. Now, I will say this. It is good to see this high. Let's just get rid of all this for a minute so we can look at it. I do like seeing this right here. Okay.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the weekly Baker Hughes rig count numbers. Oil rigs, prior of 414.
Voice news disconnected.
So, like these traders from the street, I think they're saying the same thing that I'm saying. I need to see proof of life. I can't see things like, oh, we're down here already, or we're up here, we're down here, that kind of stuff. And I'll be honest with you, this break above is good. The next break, the two places we need to be concerned about is 685.82. This one right here. That's a big level right here. You are going to encounter sellers up here. Paper-handed Paper-handed bulls hiding. Okay, they're up there. So I'm with like Pravorsky this morning. You know, Pravorsky is like, basically is like, I need to see like a break above, right? This is, by the way, this is not above, and this is your second one for the whole thing. This would be above your second high just to trade that. We have not done this one yet. And I actually wouldn't care if we even dropped down here as long as we did the new high, and some kind of back testing over here. You know, that would at least increase my confidence. So this is good. A good start. But I'm with those guys on this. We need to see more positive price action. No, there's a problem here, and I got to talk to you about it. Which is, if we fail this support here, right? If we begin to reject this support, we are at least trading this right here. And not only that, if we're going to trade that, I would love to see 60 get hit. So we probably need to talk about that as well for where we are. We're going to look at this. It's 12:52. It's still a little early in the day, but I do want you to like think about this stuff here. Let's look at this together this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me. Just take a peek here. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's look at our monthly candles. Let's see how these look. These don't look bad at all. Like this monthly candle does not look bad. This was a low that was created early month. So, I mean, theoretically, we never broke this candle. You know, that, I mean, if you're looking at rules, we have not broken this candle. It is important to note this zone down here, though. I'll tell you 1 second here. I got to do one quick thing. Now let's go look at the week here. Paper-handed bulls hiding. And then we're going to look at the week here. And this is really important here. You know, like I want to show you how important this is. Like, I don't like seeing I like seeing the sweep to clean out the low here from last week. But we erased a ton of this candle. You see it? It makes me very bearish on a weekly basis, and it also makes me think about next week. You know, for more down, and you can kind of see how this can escalate. You know, down this way, down this way. There's 3 weeks right here. And you can also see, even on these 3 candles right here, it's like down, up, down, right? And then down again. There's a big middle finger, I guess. But, you know, I really don't want to see any more lows in here. I'll be honest with you. Like for maybe after we hit this one, I would take that low. Be fine with that. Something like this. That would make me feel more confident in the market. So I'm not feeling so confident right now. And not only that, we're on a weekly basis right here, and this like 652 is looking kind of juicy, to be honest with you. You know, I'm sure there are traders out there that are looking at this weekly going, man, we can get down there, trade 652. And I'm sure there's traders out here saying, you know, let's pound this down underneath this weekly here into the Friday close. And what we'll do is we'll pop this up on Monday and then sell it. You know? And these weekly candles are not looking good right now. I got to be honest. Like, You got a big spinning top. These things haven't worked well on a weekly basis, but there's one right there. There's a red candle right here, and there's now a red weekly close here. And this is showing distribution and dispersion, isn't it? So I do want to see this week close green. I really do at the end of today. I think that this can induce panic and more panic, right? More selling. And let's look at some prior, let's look at some prior winters here. This is August, May. Just look at this right here. This is like green, right? You see how green this is right here? Like green. And then over here you've got over here into this end of this year right here. Look at this. You've got like October 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. This one's green though. This one here in December was 1, 2, 3, and then blast down. So I'm losing confidence. I'll be honest with you guys. This one right here is November or August. Excuse me. November we went up in this one actually. You had one red candle here. Here's a big November. That's ugly. That's September. This is kind of ugly right here, isn't it? I mean, just look at that. It's pretty ugly. 1, 2, 3 bloodbath. And this was like a sell in the end of the day, I think, on the last day of the week, right? It's a red candle all the way down here. So, just looking at this here, do we come down here and like blast down into Monday, Tuesday, and then we're going up? This candle would turn green, but the wick would be down here. So there's some concern here, without a doubt. And we broke through, or we erased 80% of this candle. We erased that candle yesterday. When I wrote that white line in and said, if we go below that white one, I think we went through it by a half a dollar or a dollar or two or something like that. And then we went through it again this morning, deeper. Now it wasn't in cash market, it was in pre-market, but still, it shows the weakness of demand. We're gonna get a daily candle here. Let's just see what we got going on here. And on a daily basis, we got that same thing, don't we? So on a weekly basis, we got a lot of sell side here. We got a weekly, and we got a daily candle. Let's go back to the daily really quick. You can see it right here. And I would say that this, like a close above that 674, and we'll look at the 4 hour here in a second, but paper-handed bulls hiding right there. Make that one red. There is something else interesting here. We'll look at it in a minute, but this is important too. I would change this paper-handed bulls a little bit lower. 683.80. I gave a number earlier of 685.82. I'm going to give you a different number. It's 683.80. We need that bad, quick. Excuse me. Good news is the gap is gone. And I want you to look at this right here. This is more positive. You've got your equal legs here, and you did not get the failure here, so that this is not implying more downside. You did violate with that wick. So there isn't anything required to be done right now to have continuation up here. So let's take a look at this one. That green or yellow. This is good price action. I'm gonna give you that. That's good price action. Now the big question from here is, where is the back test that we can't lose? So we're going to go to the 1 hour right here and just show you the 3 levels right here. Okay? So here are the rules. This was a good trade right here. It didn't auto sell. If you're looking for continuation in a green week, a green close to this week, you do not want to give that one up right there. We do not today. This is your line in the sand for me. Line in the sand is 673 flat. For me, at least. You're sitting on that hourly trigger, so I would want to see. Let me just check this here. And I want to look at one more thing here. On a daily candle, or weekly candle, excuse me. Man, that's a terrible fucking week. Hold on here. Where's Monday? Tuesday, this is Monday. You know, we really want to be closing above this. $674.86. No. That's what I'd like to see. Close above that number. Back over here. It's still early, too. Remember, I'm doing this much earlier than usual. I know it's Friday, so if you guys want, I can do this with Qs right now for the weekend. I can do the Qs next. I'll do SPY and I'll do QQQ next for you. Okay? Now, we can accept a back test over here into Friday, today and Monday to go higher. We can accept that. I just don't like it. I don't like to see the sellers hiding in here. You already know my feeling on the sellers here and the sellers here. You know, paper-handed bulls hiding. Here too. This is where they are. Here and here. So I really do want to close above, you know, paper-handed bulls. Personally, I do. This would freak out. This would piss people off. Going into the weekend with fear is not good here for what I think about the weekend and right now. I mean, this is good. This is good progress right here. This wick is good. It shows strength by buyers. And under any normal circumstance, I would say that's good. But in these circumstances right here, you can see that there's sellers in here that are overwhelming the buyers that are, you know, showing the way higher. Anyways, we'll put one of these right here, put another one right here. This one right here. Bulls must hold this line, or buyers must hold this. Stay alive. So we can go back and look at this now. Paper-handed bulls hiding here and here. Hiding here, they're hiding here. I want to see us closing higher. I doubt I get my wish, but that's what I want. I think under any normal circumstance we would. And there's something else here too. You remember on Friday when we exploded to the upside? You know, this one over here? Do you see this right here? You see the difference in behavior at the moment? I do. There's a little bit of wicking right here. This was 1500 on Friday. But look at what happened on Friday. Pretty much vertical. vertical, vertical. Now, under normal circumstances, I would say this price action is fine, but this is very reminiscent of distribution. Dispersion, distribution type behavior. Doesn't mean we can't go up here, but it won't hold, is my point. This looks like classic distribution now. And not only that, this is weaker, isn't it? Just have a look at this right now. That looks pretty weak to me. Think about the confidence heading into that close here. And the, maybe not so much. Doesn't mean either that we can't go up and even make an all-time high. Just means that it's going to come straight back down again. That's why I like the idea of the double. I like the idea of the double. I like the idea of the double. I always like that, like double, not double down, sorry, the double up with the back test of the new high, especially where we are right now. I like seeing the new highs. So anyways, let's look at something else here. Let's look at daily velocity, see what this thing's looking like. Let's take a look at everything. And then we'll do some gamma stuff for you over the weekend so that you feel prepared over this weekend. I don't want you to be worrying over the weekend. And, you know, daily velocity here, looking pretty weak, right? That ain't good. You want to see what this looks like right here? We're kind of in the same place. You want to see what that looked like? That's April 12th. See if we go vertical or not. Sometimes we do. You see that right there? This is where we are, isn't it? We're like right about there, and then all of a sudden, fucking plunge. That would be 652. That's not good. It's not good. So closes are going to matter. Back testing and being above momentum is going to matter into this close. I can tell you that right now. On a 30-minute basis, we can check Velo on this. This is good for bulls. I do like seeing this right here being so low, but also we have, you know, we start doing this shit down here. Still grinding, still grinding, still grinding. This could also lead to lows to 60. Might as well take out 52. So it's still not that good. And the daily velocity on a 30-minute basis, that ain't good either. I always want to be buying daily velocity on a low, or like higher lows from a low. So a little, you know, suspect here, for lack of a better way to say it. Really want this to hold here, really badly. Gonna go with old trusty here. Let me check this here. Do you see this line right here? See that line right there? Cap says no touchy. Cap says no touchy if the bulls want to survive, want to live. No touchy if bulls want to live. Okay? So here we go. Ready? I will give you this. Where's the paper-handed bulls? Where's the drop here? Okay, so it's this one right here, right? This is the scene of the crime. Up, down, up. Somewhere right here. Second one right there. This one right here. I guess you could call it this one. Wait a minute here. That's an indecision candle. That's not a sell candle. Gotta get closer on it. That candle right there. Pink. Okay. This is your first one. Now, this is early in the day. I will update this for you at, because we're coming into the next candle right now, the next 4-hour candle. Pay attention right now if you're inside the Discord, if you can. Hold on a second. Let me get in the Discord. Okay. So we're going to go over the last 4 hours right now, last 4-hour candle. And we're going to go over the weekend here, okay? Now, if something changes in this 4-hour candle, I'll change it. But I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the buyers. All right? So what do we do here? Buyers said this shit ain't over, right? These paper-handed bulls are going to run them over. These paper-handed bulls are going to run them over, right? So what I'm going to do here is get rid of that. Now, remember, these paper-handed bulls will not be big sellers here. They would be big sellers if you touch it. Just want to go over it, okay? Want to be closing above 684.76. Buyers must hold 666 point goddamn 666. Get that fucking line. Been trading this goddamn devil's shit. The devil. Cap says no touchy if the bulls want to live. Or I mean seriously. So this is what I'm going to say to you. You guys ready? I want to see this fucking trade the next 4 hours right here. Where's the close here? Friday? 1600. I want to see that trade right there. And I want to see on Monday that trade right there. That's what I want to see. Okay? I want to see on the bell today 679.10. And I want to see a fucking ramp over the weekend of green. If you want me to believe this market is not dead, and I think the street is right on this, we must go up and we must push up here. I mean, I'll potentially take a back test over here in the weekend, but I'll tell you what, that's risk off, man. I don't want to see that shit. I know what happens when we do this. I do think we'll sell the weekend. I am not a fucking fan of losing this right now. So I'm going to give it to you just like this. No, matter of fact, look at us. We just hit it. We didn't touch it. That's good. That's bullish. I want to see that trade in the close today. I kid you not. Where's that 1600? Right there. I want to see the tick into that bell today. I want to see 679.21. And I don't give a fuck about this after the bell. And then I just want to, next one, I want to just touch this one right here on Monday. That would be 650, 682.50. So start fucking buying right now. That's my outlook. I'm going to give the bulls the benefit of the doubt. They got the buying here. They're buying. I'm going to give them the benefit here. You need to dissuade sentiment, and you need to eat all these fucking paper-handed bitches. Okay? That's what I need from the buyers. You do have good hourly velocity to do it. I am still long here, so I believe in it. If we, though, at any point fail as a buyer, I think that it's going to get messy. So there's the trade right there. Do you want me to give you an outlook, maybe like publicly for here? Let me bring up Qs. I'll give you an outlook for I'll do Qs next, and after the Qs, I will do IWM and I'll do DIA for you today. I'll do the whole fucking market so we can see what's going on, and we'll do it on public from now into the close. So we can just see the state of the market as a whole. I don't know what the fuck that was, what I did there. What did I just click there? Oh, shit. It's Friday. It's Friday. Look, on Wednesday, I was like the guy smoking a cigarette. This whole week has been brutal. Hold on here. We'll do Qs next. QQQs look the same, doesn't it? Let's just check. Let me check Velo really quick on Qs and just see what this thing looks like. Hold on, I'll post this right here for you. I'll put this in the Discord for you guys. Hold on here. This is a midday update for the weekend. So you're not left holding your No, there's another guy smoking. Somebody posted it earlier on Wednesday. His face was all fucked up. At everyone. That's true, Space Cowboy. It's been a baller ass run, right? I'm gonna give this one to the Bulls. Still, they still own this. Remember that you do not want to see a violation of 671.68. Okay, 671.68 on Qs. Looks like similar pattern, right? It all looks very similar, right? They all trade quite similar. So we'll look at velocity, though. Oh, wait a minute. Let's check out velocity. They're not all similar, and they do tell a story as a whole. If you've never charted all four major indexes, It's always like that's like your base. There's a bunch of other stuff to chart at nighttime and once a week and stuff, but if you don't have the time, I always like to look at all 4 indexes minimum. We'll look at the VIX and stuff later. We'll look at the DIX and we'll look at HYG and a bunch of other shit. But for right now, we'll just look at the indexes. No, this is good recovery here, but it does look like it wants to pull back a little bit. The Velo is quite similar in Qs to SPY on a 30-minute basis. Let's just check it here. Same thing over here on the daily velocity. We have not closed out the month yet. Let's go and take a look here on a 1-month basis. Just see how ugly this really is. That's fucking so goddamn close. Look at it. Jesus. So goddamn close. They really hammered fucking tech this month. They like hammered tech. Pretty brutal. Pretty brutal. Didn't take the whole month of candle though, but it was pretty bad. That's pretty rough. You're a tech bro. My God. Weak. This is less positive here than SPY. The weekly candles for this does not look good. This looks kind of messy here. I'm not gonna lie. This is not giving me it's not giving me the full faith of buyers here. A lot of like wants to be down here. See that big concentration flush down there? Man, I bet there's a lot of fucking bears that want to see this trade down here. I bet you a lot of bulls are panicking on that trade below. Let's look within these candles and see what we got going on. So this is not good. This is your prior week. And we fucking swept underneath that prior week. Never like seeing on a weekly basis a series of new lows. I don't like seeing them. I really don't. What'll happen too is we'll go back down there and then have to like put in a weekly low for like next week here to have some improvement. Let's look inside of these candles here. And this is brutal right here. That really is brutal. It's showing like a move down here for next week and then up. Currently, that's what it's showing. It's not showing the rip. We really want to watch this down here for next week. We're on a daily basis right now, but this is Friday. Big violation down here. That's never good to see. And a note too that even down here, you see this one? That's the low, that's the higher low. This is the low, this is the new low. I never like seeing that. Doesn't mean we're gonna go down, I just don't like it. We still haven't closed the door yet, but they want to. No, we don't need that yet. Yeah, we need it right here. That one right there. 623.96 is where the bulls need to be. There. I don't care about that one right now at all. Let's take a look at this. This is the scene of the crime right here. Hold on here. This is the one right here. I think this is the one. This one the bulls need to get over. This is where your real sellers are right here. Where your bulls are hiding. The bulls are hiding at 622.62. If you're a buyer, you need to break above 623.96 to stay alive. Here, I mean, you don't need to stay alive, but just ahead. I mean, you can get like a holiday rally, but if you want the market to stay alive, it's somewhere in there. Let's look at SPOOs can be a little bit weaker here. Nope, they can't. Matter of fact, this has already been violated. This isn't good. I do not want to see us going that low. I do not like that at all. God damn it. I do not like that. You know, I'll tell you this. Q's does not look good here. It does not. I'm going to say this to you. You can go as deep as this. 1300, 2 p.m. Right here. You can go down that far. That's it. That's as far as you can go right there. There's another problem here. There is another problem here. Man, there is a trap in here for fucking buyers, tech buyers. I think S&P looks a lot better than Q's. Q's looks like shit. I'm gonna say this to you. On Q's, on Q's, you cannot give up the half an hour trigger, and you must get over 615.52 and 616.08 in my view. I don't like this weekly here. I want to see that ramp over the weekend right there. I think you're gonna. I think what you need is probably the hand of Yellen over the weekend. I need to warn you of a failure here, but you really need this on Monday. And I got to make this one dotted. The fucking whole market's resting on this trade. I already see that one right there. I see this big sell right here. You see it right here? There's a big bunch of fucking sellers there. It's like you need to break up here. You need to see that right there. I need you to trade 617.31. If you can trade 617.31, we come back down right here. The hourly trigger would come up. You'd get the cross in the half an hour trigger. And that's your shot right there. I do not like trading under 607.12 here. And I need you to know that this one's fairly fucking weak. Qs is probably, or as of right, out of SPY and Qs, it's the most dangerous of the two. Rightfully so. Post this in the Discord. I really want to see now I really want to see the other two indexes here and see how they're faring. Now I'm very interested. Can I just upload a file? It's in the Discord for you right now. Let's look at IWM next. This IWM might lend some information in here. So we'll do that one next. When I'm doing Qs, I always like checking out IWM, and I always like checking out IWM, or excuse me, Qs, and then have a thought on it, and then see what IWM is showing if it disagrees with my thesis on Qs. Because of course, shitco's, spec growth, tech, all that kind of stuff. I also like looking at IWM because they're rate sensitive and employment, unemployment, job sensitive, economy sensitive. This index is made up of the real fucking workers, you know. So let's take a look at this. Goddamn, I hate fucking smalls. I mean, I love it, but I hate it. We got a violation down here. That's not good. Don't like seeing this here. I don't like seeing new lows. Let's look at a prior example of this. We had higher lows here and still sold. You know, this is good here. That's positive. We are below, though, the weekly trigger here. It just looks like shit. What a shitty index. I mean, when this thing moves, it's baller, but still a piece of shit. Smalls. It does not look good. It looks like shit. I mean, it does. Down. Let's look at this for a month. That's not good. I mean, look at that shit. Well, we haven't done the full candle, though. This isn't too bad. This isn't too bad at all. It's actually good recovery right there. We have not erased this candle yet. That's actually pretty good. So let me check the daily on this. Yeah, that's bad. That's fucking terrible. Look at that. We need some rate cut cocaine. I'm going to show you guys this. Like, this is like, just go back to this for a minute. That's not good for smalls. Do you think the pain has hit fucking shitco's? That ain't good. That ain't good. That's showing the de-risking. It's 30-minute. 15 looks good. Half hour looks good. Hourly looks great. This looks like rat piss over here. God. They just took God, some of you are getting annihilated, I can tell. Look at this. Oh man. Oh. February. It does not look good. This is not a good leading indicator for the market right now. Oh God. Smalls. The Russell Crowe, what are you doing? They're pounding you out, bro. We just need you to hold up a little bit longer into the year, bro. Just pull it together to the end of the year. Pull your pants up, Russell. I love you, Russell Crowe. We need some fake money, man. We need the money printer, bro. We need fake dollar bills printed. We need money printer go burr. Or at least just hold yourself up for a few more weeks. Pull yourself together. Oh no. This is good right here. If you're a sell side, you want to be selling 242.12. If you want to see continuation of the downside for everybody else. Fucking Russell Crowe, man. My boy. I'm still pissed they didn't put you inside a Gladiator Part 2, Russell. That's not good there. See how they're trying to sell this down right now? This is not good. Got a lot of sellers right there. This is where the panic is. Fucking panicins. This is where they are. They're hiding in here. They're right here. You know, you could probably tell, like, you could probably see that, like, if you can look at this with me, you could probably see that this bounced this morning. It's probably a lot of, like, shit co-owners that are just like, get me out right now. I'm not going to tell anybody. I'll be back next year. Like, right in that candle right there. Like, I had enough fun over here. Whee! Oh, no. Get me out right now. I'm out of here. I thought we were going up here, boss. Thought we were going up there. Thought all my shitcos are coming back. Okay, so I'll tell you this. This does not look good. It does not look good. I'm going to give you two outlooks here, okay? The way is down on this one. Right here. Right there. God damn, Monday morning. I bet on Monday morning this is going to be on fire. Now, I'll give you an alternate count here, okay? If you can break... You got a new candle here, so... This candle has not coughed it up yet. So, we're going to look here. If you are a small cap bull... That looks right, too. Got that one. Nope, that violated that. Actually, it's a pretty good candle right there. Let me see something here. Did you break the tip of this or no? Oh, look at that fucking shit. Oh, you got it. You see that? You see that right there? You got the high tick right there. See that algorithm right there? Got that high tick right there. I retract my statement. You got the high tick. Don't need to see that now. I'll look back at this one at the close today, but I'll say this to you. You cannot go here. I'm going to leave this one. Sorry, hold on. This one is undecided right now. You cannot go below 236.77. But I got to tell you, you actually you busted that candle right there. You busted the 4-hour, and you hit the top of the candle right here by a couple pennies. I'll say this. I would say that I can't give too much of an outlook other than this. That's kind of the only outlook I can give you, but if this holds, see how everything is pointing lower in this one? Let me check this again. Only because of that high tick you got. I'm going to draw this one like this. Okay, ready? This is my least favorite so far. Least favorite. So I'm going to draw this up. And this is going to be dotted. Now, the thing that's bugging me here is this is an alternate count too. That is not an alternate count. And this is the real count right here. Okay. That's bad. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say about IWM. IWM looks, or just looking at IWM here, this high tick is outstanding. Check. It was by literal pennies. But I do want you to know that it's pointing lower. More so than Qs, more so than SPOOs. You need to be aware of this line right here. That one. Right there. I think that if you break this line right here, you're quickly going to trade down here, and you're going to more than likely blast down. This could also drag the market lower. Now, there's two things here. One, IWM has the best chance of squeezing. This high is conducive to it. But if it's not squeezing, if it doesn't get dragged up and start squeezing, this is probably the most shorted shit here. Probably a massive short right here. Best chance to squeeze. But these shorts, if they're right and they break us down here, they're going to rock this shit into Monday. You can see it's heavily shorted right now. I can. Probably way more shorted than SPOOs or Qs. Someone does not like shitco's. Wants to squeeze balls, but it wants to go lower. Probably the biggest chance of a squeeze is here. Not only is the bigger chance of a squeeze here, it could go like way up here. This will be an interesting to watch. I'm more bearish on this index than I am on the other two. But it has a lot of squeeze potential. Trade, I would like to see 242. 242 and a half. Right there. I do not like this one. I don't even like this. I think there's a high risk of selling down here. These fucks are they're on this trade. Okay, there's IWM. This is a beautiful thing right here. You know, I charted that too. I thought I was a fucking lunatic doing that chart. I was like, they're not gonna believe me when I chart that, and that thing hit. It was fucking baller. Let's look at a DIA, Old Faithful, daily basis. Fucking solid, dude. Fucking solid. Look at that shit. Such a fucking beast. Still positive. Holding up the goddamn market. That's such a fucking beast. Baller, baller. Baller. This is probably the best looking of the four indexes. I bet you people are hiding in here. The gorgeous, gorgeous numbers on DIA. You look at it. Look at fucking trend is up. This gives me hope here. This shows like what's looking at IWM. It's like you can see the destruction in IWM of risk of spec growth heading into the year end. But like this looks really solid. Even if it rolls, it looks really solid. You can see that there's no we're not like de-risking DIA right now. This looks fucking great. And this fucker bounced right here and held. Has not put in a new low. That's a good goddamn. I fucking the Dow baby. Well, what is the S-Dow doing right now? Anybody know what S-Dow is looking like? Think tighter. I got to talk about this in the fucking Dow looks like beast mode. You know, you want to see something that's holding this market up? It's right there. That's holding up the market. The fucking Dow, baby. Fucking Dow is holding up the market right now. And it looks good. I mean, it looks beautiful right now. If you want to be bullish, it's this index. You want to trade an index? This is it right here. It looks gangster. Can you do it like that, maybe? That fucking thing is a beast. You know, yesterday too, all the airlines were up yesterday. I was looking at the Dow yesterday. It was looking beautiful. What's that Dow doing right now? I'm going to look right now. Is it high right now or no? I would short the fuck out of S Dow if it's up on a high. Oh yeah. I would shank this down. S Dow needs to be shorted into the goddamn ground. If you guys are looking for a short S Dow, short the fuck out of it in a Monday. Not financial advice. Let me just look at S Dow really quick. You might want to get the puts on S Dow on hold on here. Might want to wait, but I don't think so. Oh yeah. S Dow wants to be fucking S Dow wants to fucking murder puts or calls on S Dow. I think fucking puts on S Dow is the goddamn trade, even into the bell today. If there's like a trade for today, it's fucking sell the fuck out of S Dow. S Dow is beast. Or not beast. DIA is beast. This thing is fucking balling. Fucking S Dow, man. Fucking Catalina mixer, baby. Old money. You know what the Dow is? It's Michigan. The motherfucking Dow is Michigan. All these old fucking money people. They all live here. They all live in Michigan. They're like old Detroit. They have an iron fist. Look at that beautiful weekly right there. Look at that shit. I love seeing this. This is like, you know, you want to give me some hope here for why the market's not going to go down? Goddamn Dow. Goddamn Dow wine mixer. No paper-handed bitches in Bloomfield Hills, are there? Look at this. They just ripped through this one right here. They just blasted through right here. They just snatched this out of their hands. Right here. Fuck you. The Dow is in beast mode. Love it. I'm so glad I looked at this today because I didn't look at it last night. I didn't know how bad the Dow was. I figured it held up, but we were watching the Dow yesterday. The Dow is beast. It is. It's a beast. It's not done either. Just to give you guys a heads up. I already know before you can get in there. Dow is not done. Oh, nope. We don't need that daily. We don't need none of that shit. Get that out of there. I don't care about this daily. I don't need to see that. I already know. I already know what the fuck is going on. Hold on, let me go back here for a second. We need to know about this D right here, but that's it. That's the D in Detroit, baby. This is all we need to know right here, too. I mean, this is really all we need to know. Which one are we taking out, boss? Now, a couple things here. We smashed through, somewhere in here, we smashed through the violation on a daily basis. So we just need to hold this right here. Let me put a few of these things in. This is gorgeous right here. That's probably red. We're not going over this one, I'll tell you that. That's for sure. This is going to carry the market, I think. This can actually stop the market from going to the depths of hell, too. This makes me feel a lot better right now. I'll be honest with you. This made me feel better about the whole market, to be honest. The fucking Dow will save the world when it's needed. This one right here. Goddamn Dow. Goddamn Dow wine mixer. Saving this market. I love the Dow. Makes them all cry. What is this right here? That's the 17th, right? You guys are going to freak out when I show you this. This thing is going to rip the fucking market to the moon. We're going here. We're going there. Wait a minute. One more here. Going right up straight. We're gonna go vertical here. One back test. Two. There two. Right there. Right there. It's right here. One, two, and this can go all the way down there and ain't gonna matter. Right there. Right there. That shit is beast mode. Uh, 75s right here. This is going to be some trouble in here. Just note that there'll be trouble on 75. But it'll be within there. There's 78.5. 75 is going to hold you right here. There's your 75 right down there. 474.15 supportive. This is a big question here. The 80. You want to watch this 480. See if they sell on you. There's a trade here. I want to show you guys something here. Just a note that you can kind of see a double correction in here. Not really a double correction, but like, watch out for this right here. I want you to watch something here, okay? Okay, here's something I want you to watch. So this is the trade right here. But I want you to watch small caps. And I want to tell you why right now. If we roll this down due to small caps, we would still go up here. But we would roll this, and it would be a double correction. We're not in one right now. It's early in the day, but this will imply what happens after. So I want to say something to you if you're watching this show. Keep your eyes on on the Dow, and there's a reason. This is the trade, and it's bullish. If we roll down into the close today and do this, we would still do this, but we would fail and go down here, and it would be something like this right here. No new lows allowed on the Dow. There's another reason why I don't want to see this. There's another reason why I don't want to see this here. What you could wind up seeing would be if you got the new low, right? You'd still go up here and do this. But your downstroke would be, this would trigger like, would come back. But the problem here is this. I'm going to show you this. Right there. So this is November 25th. Nice. Now you kind of seen it, right? It's kind of important that we go up here and break this out, come back down and hold this up. Get out of here. You have a marked low. So if you made the new low, that would imply that that's going to fail. So if that fails, it would be a fucking mess. It'd be a fucking mess. There's your double correction right there. The Dow must abide. This is going up no matter what, in my view. But you want to watch for new low in this one too. You know, sometimes like the Dow and IWM tell a great story. For SPX and NDX or Qs or SPY. You really want to watch these mechanically in the background. There's another part to this too, which is there could be an argument made here. Sometimes the Dow will fall while SPUs, like the Dow will do the heavy lifting. This is why I think it stays up. Like what I'm thinking here is that the Dow will mark the new low, but carry the market, and it might start fucking like it'll hold the market up and then start to de-risk into the end of the year, and money will shift back into Qs and risk. You guys understand the idea behind this? Like, so ready? I'm gonna redraw this. Let me delete that shit. Hold on here. Sorry, I'm thinking this through. Hold on here. I'm gonna delete this. How the fuck do I delete this? No. What I want to show you is this. What'll happen is we rotate money. You gotta see that this thing people don't understand. Like, so we need this to go down to rotate into risk. Here. You see, you guys almost got caught here. I want to see this go down. I want to see this go down. Right here. I want to see that go down. And I'll tell you why. I want the risk. I want the roll into risk. I want the roll out of the Dow into risk. Squeeze up, save the market. Then you go back into risk off when those fucking sellers up at 485 come in here. And then once you beat 485, this fucker should come straight down. Because you'd roll into risk. This is when we're at risk off. You can see it. If you see this going up, a fair chance of us going risk off. I want to see that new low down here. 466. And I want to see the rotation into risk. It's not bearish. It's just rotation. It's rotation to risk. And I want to see that one go straight up. Nope, I want this one to stop right here. Now, this is a midday recap. Our 4-hour candle is going to matter here. Yes, rotate sex positions. Okay, so we got to talk about SPY really quick. Leave. Oh, cancel. Save. Now we got to talk about SPY here. We want to be watching this white thing really closely here. And I want you to see that we've already tapped it. You see that right there? That's not good. Do you see the roll forming on this? You see the attempt at 1 and 5 minute, right? Ram. Blast this down. And you see the break here of that support right here? See that touchy right there? That's showing danger to the downside. This is middle of the day update. It can change, of course. We should monitor this closely as the day moves forward. We're underneath the hourly trigger. We're underneath the daily trigger. I don't like this at all. If we do, because of that touch, start to lose this, you've got targets to the downside. They're right here, here. Downside targets would include 666.57, 669.83 into the bell. We need to stay above this island. We call it Poop Island. Need to stay above Poop Island. Make a new high. Into the close here. This is 1600. I want to see ramping here. Now, I want to give you one more warning here. And this is the serious part of the show. And I want to talk to you again. It is 2:00 in the afternoon. We are going to find out real soon. Between now and 4 p.m., there are people making decisions about risk over the weekend. They're going to do one or two things, or three things. They're either going to say, that's the bottom, we're going up, balls to the wall. You can see right here that would be expressed there. Shorts would close. They would buy back the market, and we'll go moon. If the market is scared, now that would be a good sign for the weekend. It'd be a good sign for Monday. It would force people to close short. Listen to this close. It's very important. We can learn a lot here in this close that we don't know. So how much fear is out there? Is the fear too much fear or not? If there's too much fear, you would see what I always call real money selling. It's when you walk into a weekend, everybody's hedging. Everyone's selling equities. And dealers are forced to chase that move into the bell. And then, of course, you'd go over the weekend, and all you'll hear is like beer diarrhea. So we don't know. I don't know. You don't know. No one on the street knows. People say they're going to do this and they're going to do that, and then they do something completely different. So we want to watch this close here closely. I hope we go up into the bell. I'm long here into the bell. I'm not buying crash puts over the weekend. I'm not putting a hedge on over the weekend. I'm not doing anything crazy yet. But I do want to see what this Friday close is. They can't hide forever. So you get to see in real time if people are freaked out enough, that's bad. That's bad for the market. Or that's bad enough for the market to blast down into this bell. And I want you to remember last Friday. Where do? We went vertical. Everyone was stoked. No fear. The only people that were fearful last Friday, only people that were fearful on the 10th or 12th, too, of October were doomers and bag holders and that kind of stuff. So this one looks different, but maybe I'm wrong. So I would love to be proved wrong. I'm a bull. I would love to be proved wrong here. So we'll watch this closely into the bell, and we'll see. And hopefully I am wrong. Hopefully we're mooning here. I do want you to know that this one little thing right here, this could be perceived as just pushing price and panicking people. We don't need to go down, but it doesn't look good hitting that white line right there. So we'll watch it closely here. I am long into this bell. A few things here. Before we wrap up the day, I'm going to take a quick break. My voice is, I'm losing my voice already. It's been a long ass week. I'm not going to lie. This week was brutal. There was danger everywhere this week. There was like danger for bears on Tuesday, right in the middle of the day. There was danger for bulls in the close on Wednesday. We went deeper than we should have yesterday, in my view. I liked closing the gap. I liked a little bit of pain afterwards. I did not like going as deep as we actually did, and I hated going as deep as we did this morning. That shit, because if you go too much, you can break shit. So I didn't like it, and I don't like the sellers above at 685. I think we're gonna have to deal with a lot of fucking selling up there. Even if we go higher, I think there's gonna be some hidden sellers up there, more than usual. So I do want to say to you heading into the weekend, do yourself a solid. Whether this becomes worse, becomes a contagion, or it improves or things get better. I want you to take the weekend and stay the fuck off of social media, especially if you're a bull. Now, the Bears, they're going to go out there and they're going to talk all kinds of shit this weekend. They're going to draw out like death and destruction and despair. They're going to tell you to sell everything. And do you remember this morning when I showed you how we always return to the scene of the crime? I've seen friends. We've had members in our community that have sold tops for giant losses, 6 figures, only to see us return to the scene of the crime a week, a month, or 2 later. And they own the market. If you are long the market, please believe me, we always return to the scene of the crime. And especially if that was a top, we will return to the scene of the crime soon. Even if we blast down here, we will swing way back up there and hit it. We might not get an all-time high, but we will. We have a date there. So I want you to know, I told you where that number was. It's actually 683.80. If you're caught long here and you're feeling scared, stay the fuck off social media. Don't fucking watch CNBC. Don't bother with that shit. Doesn't matter. If you are long the market, like I own the underlying and I don't want to become a bag holder for a year and I'm afraid and all that kind of shit, you can step right off at that 683 and you just wait for conditions to improve. If conditions improve, we get a high and a back test and a high, jump right back in. $1 million in SPY. You know what I mean? If you're out there, I'm going to say it again. I think there was a white paper I gave you this afternoon. And the white paper said, collapse the fuck down to quality. Please. Put yourself in some fucking DIA. Put yourself in some SPY. If you really need exposure, trade a 3 times bull ETF on Qs. 3 times bear ETF. Well, bears don't give a shit. They don't know nothing. But if you're a bull and you own the stock market, try to collapse down. I'm going to tell you something. My wife this morning was asking me about this, and she doesn't know a lot about the stock market. I taught my wife how to do Elliott Wave, and the reason I taught her was because she can have a clean idea without any outside interference. A nice clean, like, blinders on. And she knows a lot about the interplay between the indexes and commodities now and VIX and all these other fucking things. Like, she knows a lot about how the interplay and all this stuff now. The symphony that goes on in the stock market. And I want you guys to understand that because she couldn't understand this morning what I was trying to say. And I said to her, look, if you had $1 million in SPY, if you owned $1 million worth of SPY, like, this means something to that person. Some of these people don't care. They'll just buy big dips over 30 years. But there are people that buy the SPY and they want a max gain. So they're like, I'm going to get out, take my gains for this bull run. I'll see you in the spring. And I want you to think about that. Like, we've made a ton of fucking money this year. A ton. I'm not saying you should sell. I'm saying to you that if you've gone duration this whole year, you've made a ton of money. Those people want to collapse down or exit market. You know, take my winnings, fucking take a victory lap, and I'll see you in the spring. If you made a bunch of money this year in tech stocks, or if you made a bunch of money in spec growth this year, whatever it was you made a bunch of money in, collapsing, if you're not going to exit the market, collapsing into Qs or DIA or SPY is awesome. You get to make a bunch of money, you have a little bit of safety, and you know that buyers are going to look at the market again in spring. They're going to look, no matter what, whether we're crashing sideways or new bull market, you know that buyers are going to look at the market again at some point in like April. That's not that long from now. So they're going to come back in and go, where the fuck, what's that stock called again? We were talking about it last night, Binky and I. Some shitco. It's like, but they'll come back. These buyers come back. We get a new round of bulls, all that kind of shit. And like, woo, let's do some spec growth, bro. There's no shame in you taking profit. You don't need to give it all back. And if you want that exposure to keep trading, I'm begging you. I think I said this yesterday. That conversation yesterday. Collapse down in the indexes. If you've never traded SPY or Qs, they're a fucking blast. There's always money to be made in these indexes. Like your stock might be going to zero. Like you can come in any day of the week. Up, down, crashing, mooning. And there's a kick-ass trade every day. Every single fucking day, dude. Like we have our own little soap opera going on here, don't we? We don't give a fuck if it's crashing. Like think about how like we trade SPY and it's like, we're going to go here and we're going to go there and we're going to go here and we're going to go there. It's a fucking blast trading the SPY and not worrying. A lot of people got stuck in like NVIDIA all summer or Mister, right? Like your shit's on fire, your crypto's on fire, your spec growth's on fire. And here we are all summer long going, woo, baby, making money. And it's okay to do that for the winter. Come into like the winter months, come into like December, January, Christmas rally. And then we just come back and find something that's dead to buy, some shitco. And you have like another little bull run in the summer, in the springtime. So just heads up to you. You're a retailer out there. One, consider quality. In case something bad happens, crash over a weekend, you'd rather own the fucking SPY. And number two, if you're a SPY owner or S&P 500 owner, do not goddamn panic. Do not fucking panic and never sell for a loss. If you ever do get caught upside down in SPY and you own the fucking stock market, don't ever sell for a loss. Ever. There's a rule. If you own shares of SPY, you never, ever, ever, ever sell for an L. Ever. You just hold it until it comes back. If you want off the train, that's fine, but you should never, ever be selling SPOOs for a loss in your lifetime. You understand? It's the world's goddamn best stank. It's got 500 companies in it. They rotate out the shitcos and they bring in the new badasses. S&P SPOOs, baby. Never count it out. Cool. Do not do it. Just because they're panicking, you just have to know they're there. I'm not telling you to panic. I'm telling you that they're panicking. Make sense? There's no fucking panic. They're panicking. You let them panic, and we just know that they're there. You know what I mean by that? Don't goddamn panic. We just know that they are the supply for the market. Cool? Stay the fuck off the internet this weekend. Go touch grass. Do not drink the goddamn bear Kool-Aid. Stay away from it. And I'm not hedged. So, I got some calls and shit on. Actually, I got a pretty sizable call spreads on. But I got a lot of time on that fucking trade. I got that shit on until December 31st. And it's a spread. We start bleeding and, doom and gloom and all that. I'll pull them off. But we can start trading it down. I'll make the money back that I lost. Do not fucking get scared. Do not panic. Be aware that there are other people doing it, though. I call them paper-handed bitches. Okay? Don't take me telling you this panic as a sign to sell everything. You do the opposite of that. Constantly on the other side of that trade. Constantly. Yeah, especially SPY, man. Like, you buy this fucking SPY and we roll. Like, one of the safest places you can be in the stock market is fucking SPY. Like, you can go through a year bear market and it'll be right back to where it was a year later. So don't ever goddamn sell the goddamn SPY. Ever. They always go back to the scene of the crime, duration, you name it. Fucking do not let these fucking sellers, scammer, fucking bears fucking sell. We'll sell with those bears. You know? We'll sell calls, we'll fucking buy puts. We'll make a bunch of money. Okay? Do not give in to that fear. Do not exit your trades in the red, especially if you own the market like any kind of way. Unless you're in a shitco. That shit might never come back. But SPUs, they ain't never happening. World War III, SPY would be alive. SPY would still be trading after World War III. The robots have taken over and SPY just continues to be pumped higher. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on there, Michael. I'm with you 100%, brother. Okay. I'm going to take a quick break here. I'll be back in like a few minutes. It's 2:27 in the afternoon, and I'll be back with you guys here in just a few moments. I'm looking up into this close, so if we start breaking stuff, we'll start talking about hedges, some puts over the weekend, but I don't see it just yet. So otherwise, do not panic sell. There's no point. If you get like run over, you just don't like close your laptop. Don't look at your SPY that you own, and you'll come back in a week or a month or two, and it'll be right back to where it was. You can make that decision then to exit your longs. Give me like 15 minutes, and I'll be right back with you guys. Simon, I saw you there. Hold on, Simon, brother. Good to see you. There was, you could see yesterday, some of the like heat maps yesterday were showing, if you looked at, anybody got a picture of yesterday's heat map I can show on the screen? Anybody got one in the Discord? Hold on here, guys. Hey, Simon. I chart like, every night I do the indexes and I'll add others in, but it's fascinating to watch. Like there are a lot of times where I'm like, IWM could go up or down here. Like they should go down, but they can squeeze. Dow Jones has that same mechanic, and I'll always be watching like risk on, risk off inside of Qs in particular, but like through IWM, and then I'll see like the market get held up. Like you'll be like, what's the most resilient index? Probably S&P 500. But you'll see like Dow Jones will rise like right before like something hits the tape on S&P 500, and then you'll see like Dow Jones come back down, and then you'll see the Dow like come back up again. It's kind of neat to watch, and it's on a very short-term basis. You know what you could do is you could probably do a comparison. You could probably put like all four indexes on a smaller time frame, put it on like a 1 hour time frame, and just watch how you can actually watch how like risk on, risk off within Qs through the dancing inside of IWM and Dow Jones Industrial Average. I'll oftentimes too see like Dow rip first and then roll as everyone's getting into the Qs. You'll see like Dow Jones start rolling, everybody's getting in the Qs. Kind of cool. No, I didn't think you were arguing, bro. I didn't think that at all. I didn't think you were arguing. I thought you were asking a question. Well, that's a fair point, man. I see. I got what you're saying. It's hard for the DIA to moon and Qs to die at the same time, given some of the components. I got what you're saying, man. I just find it fascinating that like when I'm charting them, I'm like some days I'll look at like IWM and I'm like this fucking thing should go to 0 right now. And then it like squeezes. You can like see the shorts on. Can you see like the seller pressure or sell pressure on IWM? I see it. And then all of a sudden it's like the there's like sell pressure on IWM, right? And like risk comes off of DIA and slips into Qs. So those shorts get squeezed out, and then all of a sudden you see like IWM supposed to go down, it goes like straight up. You know what I mean? Yeah. Hey, good to see you, brother, by the way. Sorry I'm not on FinTwit so much. I try to be. I just don't have the time. LMT was green yesterday, too, for the war with Venezuela, the fake war. We're going to plot and plan we're going to protect the Panama Canal for World War III with China. Or we're going to keep the cocaine safe in the U.S., too. Can't be doing cocaine and risk dying of fentanyl. I'll be right back. Yeah, bullish cocaine. So terrible. We gotta protect Wall Street chads, bro. What's up, Gary? How you doing, brother? All right, right back. Fuck you guys doing in there? Oh, you fucking savages. You want me to play the bull music and not play the bear music for the bears? You guys are savages. I tell you, these bulls are not nice. These bulls are not nice. They're like, play the bull music. Oh no. You know this is really bad bull music, right? There's like some dude in Alabama right now in his big truck listening to the show, and he's got this booming in the background. Pretty bad, right? Sounds like something some Tesla bull would play in a drop-top Miata. Some Miata owner trying to brag that his Miata is as good as a vet with the top down. What up, Dan Brislin? No, they don't have a soul. Liberals don't have souls. They're like gingers. No offense, gingers. Oh no, this is bear music. All right, Ro. Hold on, we don't want to do bear music. These bears are trying to put us into that shit for like 6 months or 9 months. I don't want to be doing that yet. Not yet. No, this song's horrible too. Can I like delete songs? Yeah, I don't know. Nah, they ain't working. They ain't flying. I don't like that either. Can't tell yet. It's not bad. Sit in a lounge. Not bad, not bad. Could be worse. I don't like the hee thing, but everything's green on my boards. Let's see what I can see here. Hold on. Nah, I can't do that. I can't do that. It's not working. I don't want no baby. It looks, I think the Bears missed Halloween, though. The Bears definitely missed Halloween. Nope, can't do that one either. This is terrible too. What's with this? No, dude, what's those bear music? What are you bears doing? Did you guys take over my music? No. No. Nope. Nope. That's bad. This is kind of newish. Nope, don't like that thing. Nope, don't like that either. Catching the wrong vibes here. You know what? I got the wrong vibes going here. I guess you might not be able to watch this show. You might not be able to watch this broadcast. I apologize here. Because of what I'm going to do here. So if you're trying to rewatch this show tomorrow, it might not be available. Or this episode. I mean, what am I doing here? What am I even doing? We got a giant move down on Thursday and Friday. We missed being slaughtered, luckily. We mooned on Wednesday, on Tuesday, and made a bunch of money on the way up. Stupid money. Everybody knew to be risk off on Thursday. Right? We weaved and dodged and missed most baddie stuff. Some of you made bank on the way down yesterday. So that's all good. Are we doing the, there's a couple things I want to talk to you guys about. I don't want to hurt any feelings here. You know, I had someone come to me yesterday. Please don't fight with each other right now. Where am I going here? What am I looking for here? Let me scroll back up to the top here really quick. We're going to make a change. And I wanted to talk to you guys about it. There we go. I think what we're going to do is, you guys tell me, I mean, I was talking last night. I talked to a bunch of people last night, and what I think we're going to do is we're going to stop playing all the press conferences. Because it's upsetting everybody, I guess. It upsets like people that like MAGA and Trump and love it. And I guess it upsets people that don't like. It looks like it upsets everybody. And I don't want you guys angry with each other. We're here to like make money or not lose all of our money in the stank market. So I think what we're going to do from this point forward is I'm going to stay away from playing like the live video or audio and of pressers. What I will do is I will put on the news squawker so that they can tell us what they're saying, or I will repeat it back to you if the news squawker is not saying the important parts of the market. And I want that because it's important. It's important for hanging up your hat, right, for work, and then hanging up your hat for the markets. And I know that shit incites emotions and feelings and stuff. And I was having a conversation yesterday with someone about it. So I think we're going to try it and see how that works from this point forward. So that's just a community note for all of you out there. Now, why you won't be able to listen to or watch today's show tomorrow is because the vibe is all wrong. We got to get the vibe right. sauce here. I got hot sauce. Here we go. I got some hot sauce here for you. Hold on here. I got something for you guys. Hold on. If you're looking for the doom over the weekend, you have to read this. We got some news as we get into the last hour here. Oh, wait a minute. Put the music back on for you. I'm going to read this to you real quick. Hold on. Goldman Sachs midday wrap. Do you want to know if we rally over the weekend or if we crash over the weekend? From GS. Relief rally into the weekend, question mark. With momentum stabilizing after a 3-day losing streak, first time since September, which culminated yesterday with the second worst performance day of the year for this basket. Early activity here was largely driven by ETF price action, which makes up 37% of the tape and is holding steady. Collapsed down into quality. The covering bid from HFs is notable, as their demand across our franchise ranks in the 96th percentile. I was talking with Binky about that last night. I said, they packaged this bad data for markets. Shorts are able to get out and long the end of the year. You start to get data drops that make the economy look worse in a separate package, sends market higher. The lack of liquidity is helping exacerbate the move higher. Yes, market volumes are running high, currently on track for 23 billion shares. Busiest day in a month. Top of book is running quite low at just 5 million, which would be the lightest day over the same period. Our floor tilts plus 1% better to buy, with notable demand across semis, software, and retail. LOs are 1% better to buy. Healthcare demand sticks out. Pharma and equipment in healthcare, to be particular about it. LOs are using the market strength to continue to sell software and semis. So lots of buying as we close out the day. I did post for you the white paper on that midday color. Buy, buy, buy. So terrible. So terrible. So bad. When I saw that, I was like, oh my God, they did it again.
Yo, I got guns in all of the counties. All of them. Brown and white like a bounty. Oh. And Paso Brownie shout me, telling me her boyfriend's lousy. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. A91, don't stop living. They know that's RB gang. Yo, I'm the talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. All them girls want deal with a pack. And I get love all over the map. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk.
Just a note that David is posted an end of day trade plan for you to take a look at inside the Discord. I'm going to look at it right now. I'm not going to show it on the show, but I want you to take a look at it if you can.
A91, talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. Designer from my head to my feet. Designer from my chest to her knees. And the old I came from the UK. Got on yes coming from IT. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. Talk of the town. My side talk of the town. Says she want BRB. That's risky business. Can't bump you locking up our keys. And you know, see the drip off feet. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. A91, don't stop living. They know that's RB gang. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. Girls want you with a pack. And I get love all over the map. Know a sweet one named Shauna. But she's glad that she a goner. Fuck that, we don't show love to the feds. I'd be sleeping on blue beds. Might see me in town, might see me on telly. The dog boss like Stephen Kenny. Got pretty girls in Dublin, toxic. Still love the ones in Cox's. I got guns in all of the counties. All of them. Brown and white like a bounty. Oh. And Paso Brownie shout me, telling me her boyfriend's lousy. You must be from oh, she wanna come through to the bits. I got food and sweets, tea, call me up 60. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. A91, don't stop living. They know that's RB gang. Yo, I'm the talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. Girls want you with a pack. And I get love all over the map. Talk of the town. Me, I'm the talk of the town. Talk of the town. My side talk of the town. A91, don't stop living. They know me, I'm an estate villain. All them girls want you with a pack. And I get love all over the map. Talk of the 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 talk of
Hang tighter, guys. Hang tight 1 second here, guys. Check 1 2. Oops, sorry about that. You want to have a bourbon? I had bourbon last night. I was taking phone calls last night. It was pretty bad. I was beat. This whole week's been a long week. I think David had a long week too. I think he was up a couple days, late nights. The Discord was on fire the whole week. 24 hours a day, there were people in there. What's going on here? Hang tight here. Check a few things here. Hold on. So just a note here that I find it ironic It says, this is all a scam, by the way. A renewed bout of selling hit Wall Street's riskier corners, dragging down stocks and cryptos as doubts grew about the Federal Reserve's ability to cut rates in December. And then I saw a post that said BLS, the U.S. Unemployment Situation Report for September, will be released on November 20th. So that's like September should be kind of bad. When they release November, though, in December, it's going to be really bad. So you're going to see a shift. It's like the Simpsons movie where they're running from the bar to the church, back and forth. So you're going to get everybody running saying the economy is great, let's sell. The data is very good, and then the data is going to come in later saying it's bad and everything's going to be buy. Be able to make that shift when the narrative changes. Logan is lying. We hit our 2% inflation goal. Boy, these fucking Fed chairs, man, these little chairs are lying their asses off this week. Some of the shit that came out of their mouths this week was just pure fucking nonsense. I've heard them speak out of both mouths before, but I don't think I've ever seen them full on lie. We hit our 2% target on PCE like 3 months ago or something. Maybe 4 months ago, 3 or 4 months ago. I'll get to that. I'll look for it. I'll email Wolf and ask him. Matter of fact, I'll email him right now. Let me just check a couple things. They're so fucking they're such fucking scammers. Hold on, I'm gonna email Wolf right now and ask him where it was that he talked about this. It's such bullshit. These fucking guys are like just pure fucking pure. Let me see if there's anything in here. Ah, shit, I gotta donate to him again. I gotta donate to Wolf. I like that he puts those posts up to donate to him. Let me read some of this to you, okay? I'm gonna read something to you right now. I'm trying to look at this stuff right now, but I wanna long this right now pretty badly. Not gonna. Just gonna wait. Data fog. So first off, if you ever want to know the state of the data, listen closely here. If you're new to the show, it is very hard. I don't know why it's so hard. I don't want to say this, but we are being conditioned the first time in history where we read or consume. And it isn't just us, it's everybody. We're reading and consuming social media. And when someone makes a statement, people take it as fact. The problem isn't that. The problem is that the people that are producing that content are manipulating or copying or using AI And no one bothers to just do simple fact checking. Nothing complicated, just simple fact checking. Or context checking is a big one. I've never seen it this bad. You know, I was reading an article last night from Powder Magazine from a famous writer, and I could detect that he used AI to help him write the story. This is a guy that I like, and I was very disappointed. His voice was there, but I could tell from the sing-songiness of the article that AI had a hand in it. The prose was too perfect. I was pretty disappointed in that. I almost wanted to contact him. I sought him out yesterday on the internet. I was going to write him an email and say, please stop. I can tell. I don't want to read your articles anymore. Some people can write perfect, mechanical, grammatically correct essays. Most people don't. There's a voice of that person. As a matter of fact, pleb is pronounced pleb, not plebe. So I find it very hard today to find accurate information. You know, even the websites that tell you the bias of a news story don't address the facts. They just try to tell you if there's fake shit in there, but they're not always accurate, and they don't provide context. And people today don't ever look up context. They don't ever think things through what it means. It's all about sizzle. It's all about fear and happiness and emotion and emotional reactions to get you to deny, to consume more. Nobody gives a fuck anymore. So if you have a chance, and you've never done it, and even if you don't understand what he's writing, start reading Wolf Street from Wolf Richter. It's a blog that he puts out. And what's fascinating about this blog is he keeps it straight. It's not glammy. It's not glossy. It's not pretty. And it doesn't sell newspapers. And what's more fascinating is people like you and I, myself included, go in there with the regurgitated zeitgeist dog shit. And once a week, someone will regurgitate that shit to him, and he just tears it to pieces with the actual facts. And it's a nice thing to see because you get to pierce the veil of lies. Recently, he did a discussion about PCE and hitting the 2% target. We hit it. He explained how we hit it. And I'm reading right now from the last 2 days, 3 days, all of these fucking speakers are saying that we haven't hit it. They're lying. Full on lying. So anyways, I was looking for this piece, and he has a new article out. I want to read it to you if I can. Or at least a part of it or whatever. His most recent piece is Data Fog Engulfing October due to government shutdown may never fully never be fully lifted. And this guy is clean in his information. Survey-based data doesn't exist because the surveys were not conducted in October. That's true. But you can still send those surveys out, can't you? Now that the government's open. But data companies electronically submitted exists. The jobs report, normally released on the first Friday of the month, is based on data from two big surveys. Survey of employers, which produces non-farm payroll changes and wages. By the way, this data is coming out next week. The jobs report, normally released on the first Friday of the month, is based on data from two big surveys. The survey of employers, which produces NFP changes and wage changes. And the survey of households, which produces the unemployment rate, labor force data, participation rates, the number of unemployed, etc. The first, the establishment survey, is based largely on electronic submissions by employers, and those continued during the shutdown, which started on October 1st. But the second, the household survey, is based on surveys sent to households, and the government shut down on October 1st. The survey in October was not conducted, and the data does not exist. And it would be difficult to conduct a survey retroactively for October. So the jobs report for October, which was originally scheduled for Friday, November 7th, will, when it's finally released, contain only the data from the establishment survey. And so we'll have the number of jobs created lost and wage increases, but the household survey data will not be available, and the data may never be available. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett told reporters today, non-farm payrolls for October, quote, will be able to be calculated, but the household survey wasn't completed. So we'll get sort of half the jobs report. Most everything else can likely get worked out, but we'll never know what the unemployment rate was in October. End quote. The November jobs report should be back on track. The September jobs report, originally scheduled to be released on October 3rd, was not released because the government shut down on October 1, preventing the BLS from completing the report. But the data was collected before the shutdown, and it is all there. We get this data this week, by the way. Hassett said today that the September report is essentially completed, and we might get that next week. By the way, that just dropped, that it's coming on the 20th. Heads up. When is that? Between expiration and OPEX, right? The BLS has not yet published an updated release schedule. Yesterday, the White House press secretary Carolyn Leavitt told reporters that the jobs report and the CPI for October would likely never be released. Quote, all of that economic data from the shutdown period released will be permanently impaired, leaving our policymakers at the Fed flying blind at a critical period, she said, end quote. The shutdown, quote, made it extraordinarily difficult for economists, investors, and policymakers at the Federal Reserve to receive critical data, she said. Hassett's comments today provided a clarification of what Leavitt had said, that part of the jobs report would be released, the non-farm payroll part. But the unemployment rate and the related metrics for October would never be known. The October CPI report may also be permanently lost because a big part of the data was not collected in October. September CPI report was cobbled together, the best it could be during the shutdown by hastily recalled BLS staff, but was marred by a huge outlier in the biggest component, the OER, otherwise known as the owner's equivalent of rent, which accounts for 26% of the overall CPI, 33% of core CPI, and 44% of core services CPI. So something did go wrong, and given its huge weight, OER significantly pushed down the month-to-month readings of the overall CPI, core CPI, core service, and core services CPI. The 6-week shutdown also did some damage to the economy. This is an important part, not just the data. It delayed projects and investments, cut off salaries, threw people out of work temporarily, delayed SNAP benefits, disrupted air travel, etc. How much damage it will do will take some months to sort out. Estimates are all over the place how it would impact Q4 GDP. We have not even seen Q3 GDP yet, thanks to the shutdown. But typically, as payments begin to flow again and projects and investments come off hold and disruptions vanish, the economy bounces back with some catch-up effects in the following quarters. In a second here. I'm going to read some commentary on this to you. This is more zeitgeist in the response to it. There are plenty of ways. Hold on here. I got to get long here. We're holding up just fine here. I'd like to see at least this one if possible. Just get a little bit of blood so I can get a cheap price. 15 minutes left. I'm going to read something to you here, though. I just read that to you, right? This is zeitgeist. There are plenty of ways to survey citizens to establish unemployment data and plenty of demand. There should be a competitive marketplace to produce quality employment information. This should not be a purely federal responsibility. Rasmussen Reports, among other polling companies, puts out a monthly unemployment report. They last reported on October 14th. Unemployment was steady and will likely have their next update in a few days. The current federal system is trapped in the 1970s and is long overdue for an update. For instance, the IRS gets tax withholding data on just about everyone, doesn't get shut down, and could be supplying anonymized economic data to the BLS, etc. every month. Those employment data don't require any surveys at all. Partisans on each side complain about the federal employment data whenever the other party is in charge, and nonpartisan observers complain about the federal employment data at all times. It's time to improve the system. I've heard this argument myself. Wolf's response to this was, you're just clueless about how the BLS does it, but opinionated out the wazoo. There are legit criticisms about how the BLS does it, and I brought up a few recently. That's true. But yours is just nonsense, so here we go. In your third paragraph, unlike you imagine, the BLS does get payroll tax filings from all companies. Did you know that? But they file them quarterly, not monthly. And they become the primary input for the BLS's quarterly census of employment and wages, the QCEW, which is incorporated into the jobs data. But employment tax filing data is quarterly, and filing deadlines are well after the quarter ends. So this quarterly tax data cannot be included monthly, and it's not timely. So this guy, he's even telling this guy you couldn't even do it if you wanted to. It's late anyways. And also, all of this data is data that is almost like a living document. It improves over time, believe it or not, as more data comes in. This is not Wolf speaking, but I know this. But employment tax filing data is quarterly, and filing deadlines are well after the quarter ends. So this quarterly tax data cannot be included monthly. It's not timely. The point here is that the market demands data on weekly and monthly basis. Before I even go any further into this, and people respond in different time frames. Oops, I missed it. Oops, it was in my spam folder. I didn't have time. Some people get that information back quickly. Some longer than others, different reasons. The BLS makes annual adjustments retroactively, benchmarking as it's called, every February, and provides a preliminary partial estimate of what the adjustment would be in September. Even this detailed employment data is not complete. And the BLS gets additional data before the February benchmarking. Your second paragraph, polling companies, like Rasmussen, use small-scale surveys compared to the BLS household surveys. Rasmussen asks 10,000 adults one question about employment. The BLS survey goes out to about 60,000 households with detailed questions that provide a wealth of data. Plus, selected households get phone interviews. I am one of them, actually. I get not from them, from the BLS, but I am on one of these lists. They call me every month. I cannot believe you compare the El Cheapo Rasmussen one-question survey to the vast BLS data trove. You also didn't mention the ADP report, which is the second best data set after the BLS non-farm payroll data, but it's based only on companies for whom ADP does payrolls. ADP has lots of competitors, and many companies run their own payroll, including the biggest companies in the US. So the data can be skewed. And it doesn't provide unemployment data at all. And in October every year, the ADP report is hugely adjusted to the BLS QCEW benchmarking data because the BLS data is the gold standard. We getting there? We're almost there. Come on down. Come on down. Come on, a little bit more. Just give me one more tick. No, not yet. One more tick. No, don't get back up there. Come down here. I said get down here. Don't even think about it. No. Am I closing that window for me, please, honey? I love you. I don't like this green bar, though. What are you doing? No. No. Get down. So we're sitting on that red bar right now. No, no, wrong way. I want cheaper. No, don't do that. No, I'm cheap. All right, fuck it. We'll start the position. Give me one more red candle. A little bit more. There you go. Come on down. Oh, yeah, blood it. Yes. Yes. Do it. I think that might be the cheapest I'm getting. What is that? What are they doing? Are they fighting? Why are cats fighting? Are they having fun or are they fighting? Tell them to stop being such a incel. Be nice to girl kitties. I've got a cat fighting with another cat. We got 2 cats. They're like running around my house right now, they're like flying across rooms, like, and they're like hissing and like flying like a bundle. I think we're going to talk less about Trump in general, not good or bad. I think we're just going to take the focus off of. I guess we're upsetting people on both sides, and I don't want to upset people. Just keep it. I guess we're getting to a point where we probably need to like shift to like the Wall Street bets. Not quite Wall Street bets, but probably just needs to be like the facts and the facts only. So I guess we're like not quite Wall Street bets, but not quite talking politics anymore, or even just playing politics anymore. You guys can't play nice with each other. You know, it's like you're trying to be nice to each other, and they throw a jab in there, and if someone gets angry, then they throw a jab at you, and then 2 of you are cat fighting in the corner like my cat's over there. We're just not gonna do it anymore. Let me check this. MOC imbalance. It's all buy side right now. Top. Let me give you guys some of this here. I'll give you some of the top buys and sells right now in the Discord. Top stick tickers, excuse me. Yeah, cats are fighting everywhere. I don't know why they're fighting. MOC imbalance is right there. Is Bitcoin finally at 82,000 or no? 82,500? I didn't look yet today. I want to buy some myself. I should probably be looking here. Oh, God, yes. It's close to turning now. It's very close to turning up. Yes, Bitcoin. We just need to plunger out a few more. What's NVIDIA doing? Let's see if I'm buying the stock. Oh, it's still up here. God damn it. I sold some calls here this morning. I went long on NVIDIA on the bell this morning and on Oracle, but I got out. I should have stayed in. No, I'm happy. I'm looking right now. I'm happy. I'm very happy. I'm glad I got out to an extent. By the way, NVIDIA has a half-hour trigger cluster, bullish cluster in the close here. NVDA looking really bullish. They do have a gap to close underneath the cluster, but if you see NVIDIA blast down a little bit, there's a giant bullish cluster here on it to the bell. If you can catch it any lower, I think it's worth the buy. Just a couple more 100 packs of calls here. pray for me over the weekend. Scored some, getting some good prices here. Back up again, back down again. I got one more here for you. One more MOC sell side after the bell. The closing buy sells right here. No, I think NVIDIA was worth buying for Monday. It looks like it wants to rip faces off in a Monday. You can always buy Qs instead. Okay, I want you guys to have a wonderful weekend. Try to stay off the fucking social media this weekend in particular. It's gonna be doom all weekend. Now, in terms of where we are in the market, just a top line here. This week was extremely bearish. Last week was bearish. The week is not closing green again. We could see a sweep lower and then a rip higher on Monday. I want you to be aware of that. You could see like blood over the weekend, and then it swings up into 8:39 a.m. on Monday. The one thing I want to talk to you about is that number I gave you earlier, which is just before you leave here. That white one up here, 68380. This number we will return to. I want you to know if we cannot get past that number, right there, it's not far away. If we cannot get past that number, that will complete for me calling a top. So I just want you to know that we're not there yet, but I've got like five steps or so. We've completed 4 of them. I want you to be aware of that. But we will return there to find out. We will. We'll bring price there to see if we're going to close the door. Now, let's say we break over it. It does not mean that the top or that the top is in, but it also doesn't. It's not a clean enough for the bulls yet either. It just means the top's not in. That's it. That's all it means. We have the other thing too. The other thing is it doesn't seal the deal for the top being in. That's all it means. That white line right there. So you want to pay attention to that over the weekend. You want to pay attention to that on Monday next week. When we do return there, does it fail immediately? Does it get above it or not? And if we want to see if the market's going to be stable in the end of the year, we definitely want to get over it and back test it a couple times with new highs, back testing the hourly half-hour trigger. So just be aware of that if you are a bull. That we're still in some danger here. I just want you to know that. There's no decision if the top's in yet. If anyone asks you, the top is not in. There needs to be like 1 or 2 more things to happen for that to happen. But we are very close. This is the first time I've seen this since February. I think it was February 14th, 16th or something. It started happening. We alerted people to it then. We told people that week to get hedged. We're not quite there yet, but I want you to realize that we're close. Whatever you do, though, with that, do not panic. There's no reason for you to panic. Absolutely none. There will be panic if that happens. We just trade around that panic. I'll see all of you on Monday at 9:30. Please get some rest. Next week should be a busy week. We have a lot of data coming out, and then we also run into a bunch of stuff with end of month kind of stuff or mid-month kind of stuff, but it's all geared towards like Tuesday we have expiration, Wednesday we've got OpEx. No, excuse me, I got that wrong. Wednesday is expiration, Tuesday is expiration eve, Friday is OpEx, and we got a bunch of data coming out next week relevant to the market. And so I'll leave you with that whole thing, which is that thing that I already said to you. Don't get wound up this weekend on like doom. You're going to come in and be sloppy for next week trying to avoid losing money or making money. So please take the weekend, chill, or whatever. If you're a bear or a doomer, go have fun all weekend on the internet. Talk about all the doom and shit. I get you. I get it. But if you're a bull out there, a buyer or something, don't drink that shit this weekend. It ain't worth it. I expect us to be up in cash market on Monday, even if we sweep lower over the weekend. I'm not looking for any kind of crash over the weekend. No limit downs, none of that stupid shit. Not yet. So I'll see you on Monday. Have